Yeah, well, I laughed about that. Don't let the fact
Okay, thank you, everybody. We're going to call this meeting back to order a little bit later than we had intended. So I'm calling to order our regular assembly meeting. It's October 11th, 2018. We're in the Mona Lisa Drexler Assembly Chambers, and it is a little after 6 p.m. I'm going to start with a non-sectarian invocation, and that'll be followed by a Pledge of Allegiance. So if you'd all please rise and join me. As we gather here this evening to conduct the business of the borough, we give thanks that we live in a country that is free. Appreciative that we're given the opportunity to make changes in the world we live in. As we listen to the opinions of others tonight, may we be grateful for these rights and remember the men and women who fight for us each day so we may keep them. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America,
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everybody. Clerk, please call the roll.
I'd like to note for the record that Mr. Roberts is excused. Mr. Wojcicki?
Here.
Mr. Quist?
Here.
Mr. Tackey?
Here.
Mr. Cooper?
Here.
Ms. Major? Here. Mr. Gray?
Here.
Mr. Lawrence?
Here.
City of North Pole Representative Mr. Thompson?
Here.
School Board Representative Mr. Doran?
Here.
And Ms. Dodge?
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to give our safety briefing again, just in case we have some people that have just joined us. We have 3 exits out of this room. We have the double doors that, under this exit sign, that most of us came in through. If you just go straight out, you'll be in the parking lot, and we'll be able to convene and figure out what's going on. Over here behind this post, there's a little door, not a little door, but it's a single door. And if you go out that door and then go right, you'll again be in a parking lot. And if you go out the door over here behind that post, go back and go left, we'll be in a parking lot. And that's how we would evacuate should we have a need to. So, let's see. I need to now request for removal of items from the consent agenda and any other procedural motions. Mr. Quist? Well, I'm going to start with Mr. Wojcicki, if you don't mind. Mr. Wojcicki.
Well, I got to make sure this is the correct place. I was going to move to recess until the conclusion of the special meeting.
We can't.
Is this the correct order?
Unfortunately, we have published the public notice has to begin at 7 o'clock for this regular assembly meeting. We have 15 items under public hearing that's been noticed, and we need to move through this agenda where we can go ahead and get this agenda approved to even get to that point.
I have no motion.
Thank you. Do you not have something on consent agenda that you might want to address?
Oh, yes, there's, let's see here. Come back to me, please.
Okay. Mr. Quist, we're back to you.
Thank you. I'd like to remove item 18B, consideration of calendar ordinance 2018-41.
Can you give this a minute? Find 18B. So is there a second to removing ordinance number 2018-41?
Second.
So it's been moved by Mr. Quist and seconded by Ms. Major to remove from the consent agenda ordinance 2018-41, which is an ordinance amending Fairbanks North Borough Code Title 7 regarding the school district budget and the permitted accumulation of school district funds. Sponsor is Mayor Castle. Mr. Quist, do you wish to speak to your motion?
Isn't it just removed from the agenda
Yeah,
with the
right.
second?
Yeah. No, that's right. Just takes 2. It's done. So that is removed from the agenda. Danger of autopilot. Back to you, Mr. Wojcicki.
I'd like to disclose a potential conflict of interest for item 18A.
Okay.
I don't know if the attorney has had a chance to think about that, but I guess some citizens have suggested, and I think rightfully so, that in their view I could have a potential conflict of interest because it deals with zoning and aurora viewing.
Thank you. Ms. Dolan.
It would be my recommendation that you find there's not a conflict here. My understanding from speaking with Mr. Lejeski is that he owns essentially a mobile aurora viewing business. That he does. It's not a land-based business model, and the ordinance that he's concerned with is a zoning ordinance that would allow a use in a zone. So it's fairly removed from a financial conflict in the matter. It's a aurora viewing would be potentially a contemplated use if that ordinance passes, but it's not affecting a property interest of his or something that's specific.
So the concern, I think, on the other party is that the mobile aurora viewing is a competitor with a physical aurora viewing potentially.
Right, so you're not taking an action to
On any
authorize any particular use. This is just to allow in 3 zones a new use called commercial outdoor recreation, of which aurora viewing is a possible use.
Element. Okay.
So I
thank
think
you.
it's a little too
So it's quite
attenuated.
dissipated.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Then I will rule that you don't have a conflict, and I appreciate you bringing that forward. So with that, does anyone else wish to request a removal of an item from the consent agenda, or any other procedural motions anyone needs to make at this time? Seeing none, and no one else needs to declare a possible conflict of interest on our very brief consent agenda? Okay. That takes us to citizens' comments, and we have 2 types of citizens' comments in this particular part of our meeting. We'll have citizens' comments on A, which are for items on the agenda but not available for public comment. And those are things like those 2 items that were on consent we just spoke about. Memorandums, bid awards, unfinished business, resolutions, or ordinances to be referred. I have Ms. Mullis signed up, and I don't have anyone else signed up. Ms. Mullis is not coming forward. So we'll see if she wants to come forward. I think she's coming forward. Does anyone else wish to speak on item A, items on the agenda not available for public hearing? Seeing none, we'll see if Ms. Mullis can race on up to the table here. And you're on item A, items on the agenda not available for public comment. So resolutions or ordinances. Sorry. I'm so sorry. Make it fast. I had coffee. I can talk quick. Thank you. So as you know, we'll start with so I'll explain to both the listening public and those in the room, the reason that you hear me ask again and again and again at each item that we have for the name and the spelling and the neighborhood is because even though we're in the room and we're seeing it in continuity, there may be a time when someone is accessing these records and they don't know that. So that's why I ask again. And it seems silly sometimes, but it is useful over the long run, we think. Ms. Mullis, welcome back. Please give us your name, spell your last name, and tell us your neighborhood.
Carrie Mullis, Mullis, and I'm near the Muskox. So on the agenda is the $1,600,000.
So that is available for public comment later on.
Poop. What can I talk about?
You can talk about the 2...
Can I talk about my fueling stations?
Nope. That's next. So you can talk essentially about the ordinances that are commercial outdoor recreation or school district budget. It's okay if you choose not to, or there's a resolution.
School district budget. Boy, one of these days I'll get this figured out.
And the school, the school district order or budget now has a public hearing because we removed it from consent.
It's not a public hearing item.
Not for public
Oh,
hearing.
okay. Excuse me.
So,
Pizza.
but if you choose not to speak, then we can move on to people that
Let's
are
move
going
on.
to speak on other items. Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you. We appreciate it. So
One
I'm
of these
gonna-
days I'll get this.
You work hard at it. So item A is closed, and now I'm going to turn to citizens' comments B. And this is where a citizen may speak on any item not on the agenda, so anything in the universe that you wish to speak about. And I have 8 people signed up, so we're going to start there. And it'll be very similar to what we just had, 3 minutes. Mr. Lejeski.
Just a question for the good of the audience. This would be appropriate time
Absolutely.
to continue discussion similar to what we had in our previous meeting.
That is correct. The item that what Mr. Lejeski is speaking about is the meeting we were just holding is not on this agenda. So this is a time if someone wishes to speak about the initiatives, that would be a good time to come, or Mary Sy. So I will start with Sylvia Daenmichen. You'll tell me how to say it. Sylvia, Daenmichen. Okay, I don't see Sylvia coming up, but she might be coming up later. Next I have Willow Leaves. Is Willow in here? Okay. Next I have Lynette Clark. Is Lynette still here? Okay. Okay. Grab her. Oh, Carrie, you're up next. You're up next. Why don't you send someone else to get Willow? Yeah. Thank you. And Carrie, you want to come up? We'll leave, and Mr. Blake will leave it for, or Ms. Burley will leave it for her in case she comes up. Otherwise, you're next up. Ms. Mullis, welcome back. Long time no see.
Okay, what are we talking about? Sorry. I grabbed my coffee.
Okay.
I dropped it last time, and then I came back and got it.
Okay. So this is items that are not on the agenda.
Not on the agenda. Yay, my favorite.
But start on this agenda, right. So what we're going to start with is your name and address. Spelling
Mary
your last
Mullis.
name. Uh-huh.
Mullis.
Thank you.
Near the Muskox.
Thank you.
And not on the agenda, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so you guys and gals, sorry, received this lovely packet from me about the fueling stations. Every time I come to you guys with something that's kind of odd and bizarre, y'all never know y'all don't have a response a lot of times. So I gave you a whole week to come up with a response for me. I have the letter that is talking about the fueling stations. Then I have the email from DEC that says, why does FNSB have to have fueling stations when there are so many gas stations in town? I'm not informed on the logic or cost-benefit analysis of spending, and she meant $750,000 to replace relatively new tanks when a few thousand may bring them into compliance. At this point in time, they appear in compliance, but she's just saying $750,000 is outrageous. I also spoke to a third-party inspector, who comes up and takes care of these tanks, and y'all pay him to do this, and he said that the price was exorbitant and unnecessary. Then I have an email from Mr. Williams to Adina in April to attempt to answer Ms. Major's question about my question. And basically, sorry, it's just mainly showing that it was well, you can read the email. And it just doesn't really state the reason why we're still giving this $750,000 to Public Works Director Dan Sloan. They weren't valid answers. I don't believe they were correct answers. And I still stand by my statement that the $750,000 was fraudulently requested to you guys in August, and then in September y'all granted him that money to be transferred over. And then I have a couple more emails from the DEC person. So basically what I'm trying to say is that $750,000 needs to be put back in the budget whence it came from, because it was not, it was asked for under incorrect things. It shouldn't have been asked for. Basically, it was untruthful. I'm trying to be polite. It was untruthful, and not only was he untruthful to y'all, but he was untruthful to the community, which, of course, continues to cause the problems with us trusting the FNSB.
Thank you, Ms. Mullis. Let us see if there are questions for you. I don't see any.
I gave y'all time.
Yes, I know.
I want to know when the money's coming back.
Okay, thank you. I think it sounds like a fuller conversation.
Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Clark, would you like to come and take our empty seat? And she's actually technically up next. Yeah, I'm sorry. Lynette Clark, right? Or thank you.
Now, is this for the special meeting, or is this for?
This is
The
for
verbal.
items not on the agenda.
Okay,
So-
I got one that's not on
And
your
please give us your
agenda.
name
Oh,
and
Lynette Clark,
spell your last-
C-L-A-R-K,
Thank
from
you.
Fox, Alaska.
Thank you, Ms. Clark.
On our statehood compact, for those of you that have never read it, it was voted on and part of the requirement for becoming a new state. In it was a section that's very important and pertinent to today's times. It set up structures, it deeded over the Denali Park Road to the new state of Alaska. But recently, Senator Murkowski, having her toes in some fairly hot water, I understand that, was in a committee meeting that changed to opening up the 1002 lands within ANWR. Historically, those lands were pulled so there would be a revenue fund for this new state that was coming into being. It was voted on by every Alaskan in the territory at the time. Senator Murkowski getting that committee to approve the opening up of the 1002 lands in ANWR and start that fight all over again. She also then got what her daddy wanted when he was governor, and that was a 50-50 split. In the statehood compact, it is 90, when it's developed, it is 90% to Alaska, 10% to the federal government. With her action, she basically amended our statehood compact with, again, like the permanent fund dividend program, without the vote of Alaskans. You're talking tonight about the mistrust of this body. It is rampant throughout this entire state on every level of government that's supposed to be serving us as Article 1, Section 1 and 2 of our state constitution. I could quote it for you, but I don't have time. Read it. That's my best advice. But get a hold of the statehood compact. Make yourself very aware of the concessions that were granted this new state as it came into being. That 90-10 is a huge, especially now Conoco's tapped it. They're drawing oil out of 1002 lands. That's got to go into our permanent fund, and that's got to come to us when we finally get Governor Dunleavy in office. I'll stop there.
Thank you. Let's see if there are questions for you, Ms. Clark. Mr. Lejeski has a question for you.
Was the 90-10 split intended to apply to both revenues and taxes, or one or the other?
It doesn't say anything about taxes. It says having a revenue for this new state of Alaska. The 90% was to come to Alaska, and then that new state legislature would decide what to do with those monies. Ultimately, what it's turned into is it's a common resource for all Alaskans. The Permanent Fund Corporation came into being, and eventually, through very good thinking, put that royalty as a shareholder in that corporation, each and every Alaskan, giving us a royalty of that oil in a check once a year.
Yes.
So I'm hearing that your interpretation is that it applies to both royalties and taxes, all revenues.
It applies to when the 90% comes to Alaska. It's the legislature that's going to decide, but there are now codicils within the law pertaining to royalty oil or oil developed, period. My point being is arbitrarily, again with overreach, arbitrarily with the way Murkowski got that vote changed, shifted it to the 50% that Governor Murkowski at the time was trying to push through and failed miserably at, because we get to vote when our statehood compact is amended. That is not a dead document.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Clark? Seeing none, thank you. We appreciate you coming down and educating us.
Got more of that coming.
Okay. So I next have Joanne Sexton in the empty seat. Thank you, Mr. Burley. Welcome back. Please give us your name, spell your last name, and tell us your neighborhood. You'll have 3 minutes.
Lake Burley, B-U-R-L-E-Y, Slaterville, and
I want to say that as I've been to quite a few borough assembly meetings, one in particular that comes to mind, just like this special session, would be when we, a lot of us from the borough turned out to come and listen in, talk about the animals, livestock, different things that you'd keep in the borough, how many chickens, goats, pigs. And the meeting went and went and went and went and went, and everybody went home before you ever voted on it. And I think that's disrespectful to the community when you know why they came out here. You know why we all came out to talk about wood smoke and about the tax cap. And I think it would have been more transparent. It would have been better for families, better for the community if you would have held this special session on a different day separate from it, so we weren't breaking it apart into two different sessions. Everybody going home that cared about it, and then starting it back up at 10 o'clock when nobody's here. I think if you want to have this special session, then have it on a different day. Don't restart it at 10 o'clock, because that's not transparent to the community, and I don't think that's right. I would like to again reiterate that I am a responsible wood burner, and I believe that many, many, many people in our community are, and punishing them the way that the borough has, I think, is not right. I absolutely believe that the borough has more than enough revenue to support the things, essential borough functions, that we don't need to increase the tax cap. Absolutely believe that. And I hope that you, assembly members, Mr. Mayor, will take that in, take that our community is responsible, that we do know what we're doing when we voted and when we're in our own home burning our wood.
Thank you, Mr. Burley. Let's see if there are questions for you. I don't see any. Thank you. We appreciate you. And I'm sorry that it's such a inconvenient and goofy schedule tonight. I tried. Apparently I failed. Next I have Frank Turney in the empty chair. Welcome, Ms. Sexton. Please give us your name, spell your last name, tell us your neighborhood, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Joanne Sexton, Joanne, Sexton, Sexton, 509 Monroe Street, Fairbanks, Alaska.
Thank you.
I'm here just to keep Mary Sly in focus here. We've worked really hard on it, and I want to make sure that it is still thought about and still in the budgeting. And when I pick up the paper and I read the paper how monies are going to be appropriated for various items out of the general fund, it really shocks me when I think that the maintenance to maintain that building of the Mary Sly has not been done. And that could have been done over the years. I know you are implementing other things to track how maintenance is done, but over the summer we've had no thorough cleaning. I've been here before to say that the sauna wasn't working. I talked to Mr. Williams, and he said that the crew had said it was fixed, but it really wasn't. The jacuzzi's never up to temperature. We have 2 sinks out now in the women's locker room. And it was the vote with the amendment to the amendment to the amendment that this would stay open, functional through June. We've been patiently waiting for the seismic study to come back. It's been since June. We talked about it before. The Dipper got theirs back in 4 weeks, I believe, and we have to wait till December. And it's contracted out. They've got contractors, they've got technicians, and people supposedly doing this. And I'm just wondering if we can move this a little bit along, because coming here in December or standing out on the corner with signs is really going to be a hardship for the people. I have my age, but I'm hopeful that you will continue. I mean, this body, I'm a citizen. I've lived here almost 50 years, and I really, really appreciate the time that you put in for meetings, but I also want you to appreciate what's being said by our group. I mean, sometimes I feel they're talking about, transparency. I haven't felt that since I started this journey. And I also have felt that some comments have been made, but it's all emotional, and people want different things in this town, and we can't do it all. But by golly, if we can find something in the general fund to the tune of $1.6 million, there's got to be some money there to keep that building open and operational until some other entity comes in. It's not, it's not a facility that can just be closed because that offers so many functions, and we've gone over it, and I'm sure you're all tired of it, but your word is your word. And so I'm just curious if anybody can answer me, and I'm not supposed to ask questions, but why there's not been any major cleaning done. It was closed for 4 days for the seismic study. That would have been a good time to do it, I think. But anyway, I appreciate your time, and don't give up on us, please.
Thank you. And don't give up on us. Any questions for Ms. Sexton? Let me ask the mayor, is there an update on the seismic study? Is it any updated deliverable date, or is it still about December?
It's,
Draft should be done here anytime.
they're working on it. It's in the private company's hands, and we should be getting some preliminary information back very soon. The final report won't be to December. They're on the schedule that they said was as fast as they could go. So it's in their hands.
Thank you. And it sounds like maybe it might be, if Ms. Sexton had questions about cleaning, maybe she could talk to Mr. Williams after.
We're on the same cleaning schedule we've always been on. We have not decreased any of the cleaning over there. If there's specific issues you want to bring to our attention, we contract that out. If the contractor isn't doing their job, it's the same contractor under the same parameters that we've had over there. So if they're missing something, let me know, and we'll deal with the contractor on doing that.
Thank you.
Just have not been closed for maintenance like Hammy was. So,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for, let's make sure there's no other questions for you, Ms. Sexton. Nope. Thank you. So I have an empty seat next to Mr. Turney, if someone else wishes to come on items not on the agenda. Mr. Turney, welcome. Please give us your name.
2329 6th Avenue, Mayor, Borough Assembly,
And
Representatives.
Frank,
Thank you, Lynette Clark.
They need you to spell your last name. Sorry.
Turkey.
Thank you.
Anyway, Thanksgiving's coming.
A+.
Anyway, I want to thank Lynette Clark with a little history on 9010. The royalty is still alive and kicking. I had an opportunity to talk to Mid Treadwell while he was running for governor, and he said that he could talk for another hour how we got cheated out of the 9010 royalties that were supposed to come back on the compact. And I can get you a copy of the Alaska's provision compact that was signed by the city right here in the borough, and I believe Jeff Jacobs was the mayor also. And also in 2001, there was a joint resolution between the House and the Senate supporting 9010 royalties. And I noticed I talked to Mark Bates at the Knowing Library, and then he was on KFR again. He said that if he become governor, he would definitely litigate this, and that's what needed to be litigated. What I'd like to see is another resolution from this body reaffirming the 9010 provision. Anyway, on the other subject matter, I'll just be duplicating what you said regarding the Mary Size report, Mayor. Evidently, the building must be safe or alarms have already went off by now. Since this was a sole source bid, that's how I believe it was, those three contractors, versus going out to bid, and the private sector is about their engineers. I've talked to other engineers, and I'd bet if they had a chance, that report would have been in here in a jiffy versus 5 to 6 months. And I know the Friends of Mary Size have been working hard, reaching out to other agencies, to get help, and it would be nice to have that report for them. I think they're still questioning the mayor's seismic report. Anyway, I got a few more minutes. Anyway, I can bring you down a copy of Jerry Cleworth back in the 1980s, and I don't know who your mayor was here, that he passed a provision in the Borough Assembly, and also Jeff Jacobson also passed it. I can get that to you tomorrow. In fact, I've got a whole stack of resolutions all the way across the state of Alaska, and different mayors and cities that supported the 90%. And a lot of people, this has been one of the biggest thefts of Alaska's ever won, this 50-50. 50-50, I've heard from legislatures that we're not even getting anything from the federal government, even if it is 50-50. So I'm glad that this has come up a bit. And thank you again, Lynette Clark, about that history.
Thank you, Mr. Turney. Let's see if there are questions before you run off.
Oh, I doubt it, but I can handle it.
Okay, I know you can.
Smoke a bowl.
But I don't. but I don't see any. Thank you. So I have an empty seat if someone wishes to come forward. welcome. Please give us your name, spell your last name, and give us your neighborhood. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Katie Dalton, Dalton, and I live in North Pole. And if this is not the appropriate place to bring this up, please tell me.
Okay.
Because I made some phone calls and things trying to kind of get some questions that I had answered, but I never received any phone calls back from Mayor Castle's office. So I thought, while I was here, I have all of you in front of me.
Right.
I have a concern over some of the borough codes and regulations for all of the swimming pools in regards to children of the opposite sex not being able to be in the shared locker rooms or bathrooms once they hit the age 4. I feel like this is really inappropriate because as I have 2 children. I have a 5-year-old and a 2-year-old. My 5-year-old has special needs with multiple health concerns, and he is not capable of safely going into a male locker room, taking care of his medical needs while getting changed and safely navigating outside to a pool for swim lessons or things like that. My 2-year-old is female, and so they say you can use a public restroom because there's stalls. I'm sorry, I am not going to take my medically compromised child into a dirty bathroom to change him down naked in these toilets and these stalls and change him and deal with his medical needs in a bathroom stall. When I have asked for accommodations or family locker rooms or how to address this scenario, because I can't take him for swimming lessons, I can't leave him unattended. He needs supervision. But I am told that my options are either to have him change the dirty women's bathroom or to have him changed to go swimming for swim lessons or for any recreation prior to coming. But fine, I can change him beforehand, but that does not solve my issues of any of his medical needs or handling those things once he's out of the water. I have no safe place to take him. And that's a huge concern for me. And I have tried to address it at the different swimming pools. Like I've said, I've called Mayor Castle's office, trying to just express this concern, and no one wants to talk to me about it. But 4 is not an adequate or safe age to send a child into a locker room unattended.
Thank you, Ms. Dalton. Ms. Major has a question for you.
So I guess I have 2 questions, if that's okay. One is, what age do you think would be appropriate for a child of the opposite, so for your son, for example, or for, I'm trying to find the
so for a typical developing child, I believe that 6 is a good age. I come from Seattle, and at the YMCAs and other institutions or pools, typically the age for going to same sex is 6. A lot of places like the YMCAs and the WMCAs and a lot of other family-friendly facilities in Washington, because of the needs for families, and then also even for the, for people who identify, other than what they were born, there's a lot of family rooms, locker rooms available, and then a lot of places just also make the family rooms to, to be accessible to special needs or people who have medical conditions, like my son.
So then just last question, and I'm not sure if there's a pool, a community pool that you use more frequently, but is there a space that you see in any of the facilities that you utilize that could be transformed into something that you're talking about? Is there an existing,
I feel like there could be. One of the pools that we've gone to a lot is the one at the high school, the Lathrop pool, because I do like swim lessons and stuff there, and I do feel like if they were even to put a partition somewhere, they could do a very simple partitions, curtains on the cheap. They could really make something safe and adequate for very little investment.
Thank you.
Mr. Gray has a question.
I guess my question is to staff. That's not codified somewhere, is it? Is that a facility policy or something?
No, that's borough code. It's for all the pools. I've looked it up.
It's in policy. It's a Parks and Recreation policy. It's age 5 and older have to be in the same-sex locker room.
Okay.
And I had, Mr. Mayor.
Well, I'm sorry, I didn't bring anything to be prepared to answer this tonight. This is the first that I've heard of it, so somewhere between you and me it got lost. But Ms. Dolan did recognize our policy. It's not code, but its policy is 5 years old. So I don't know where the disconnect is, but Mr. Williams has already taken a bunch of notes and will do some research and get back with you. So if you can make sure we have a good contact address for you, we'll get back to you.
And I have one question before you go. Have you tried, does it also, your experience at Mary Sy with this?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
I have been told at all locations that, I've actually been told by staff there and even like the supervisors that they disagree, that they see the struggles that families, even with not special needs, just trying to, especially when they have multiple small children, that they have recognized the struggle that it creates for family, but their hands are tied.
Okay, thank you very much. We appreciate you coming down and talking to us. And go see Mr. Williams. So I have probably time for one more person after this. We know we have lots of process here. So we'll have to stop after Mr. Dowdy because we have to go back to our consent agenda, and then we have to take a break, and then we have to reconvene at 7. So you guys get to see us do all kinds of breaking and convening and reconvening. So welcome back. Please give us your name, spell your last name, and
Eric.
give it.
ERIC. Foster, FOSTER.
Thank you. And your neighborhood?
Lackloy Hill.
Thank you. You'll have 3 minutes.
I don't know how all this works. This is my first time. Whole thing seems kind of confusing to me.
Yeah.
I didn't have time before, so I hope you guys can maybe clear this up for me because I think I'm misunderstanding this. I have this piece of property that got recently, and it's very weird. Can I approach to show you?
If you give a copy, the clerks can make copies, or we can pass it around.
Weirdest piece of property I've ever seen. It's over an acre. It goes like way out, and I thought about making this little guest house, right? It's like maybe 45 feet by 45 feet, something like that. And then the gal upstairs said, well, you have to have a conditional use permit. And I said, well, what's that? She says, well, because it's different, it's separated and it's on, it's, like I said, the property's a little over an acre. You have to pay, it says here $1,000. She said $800. I'm confused. Anyway, it puts it in the same category as airports, heliports, aircraft landing fields, and related buildings, essentially operations of usage, animal and veterinary hospitals, cemeteries, communication towers, stuff like that. And I'm thinking, I just want to build this little house, right? And so I'm confused. Do I really have to do that for this little house that I want to build on my own? Well, it's not, well, on the borough property, which I have equity title to. They call it mine, but so what I'm asking you is, am I confused, or do I really have to pay this?
I think that's a complicated question to answer right here, because there's many elements to it.
I guess it's this kind of complication. So it's like I say, hey, I want to build this thing. Well, she gives me this, I have to fill it out, right? And so I'm thinking, it's this kind of stuff that makes it feel like, well, it's not really my property. You guys are the landlords, right? I have equity, title to this place. And some seems like diminishing managerial rights to it. Okay, if this is true, I'm thinking, I must be mistaken. This can't possibly be true. Somehow, I think, am I confused? Or is this the real deal?
So, Mr. Lejeski has a question for you, if you're done.
What's the zoning of your property?
Yeah, that's the big question.
It's, what does it say on that thing that I gave you?
Oh, I guess I'll
Does
find out.
something special.
It's up on Lackloy Hill. How's that?
Prob-
Anybody know it's just a neighborhood.
It's probably.
And if you look at the property, it's really bizarre because it goes way out, and I want to use it for something. It'll just be a waste of space. She said, yeah, but what if your neighbor did that? I said, So, why would I care? God bless him, her, whatever. I just want to know if, you see, this is so confusing. I have leases that are simpler than this. Is this true or not? Do I have to pay this or not?
Let's see if Mr. Lejeski's question has been answered.
Rural residential.
I mean, I know you guys like to have extra tax on this, to tax it, so why put another block in way of me wanting to do this? I like to pretend it's my property.
Okay, so we're at the place now where Mr. Quist has a question for you.
Thank you. What was the reason given to you by the planning office for the need for a conditional use permit?
Because for the size, even though it's slightly over an acre, I would have to have a conditional use to put up 2 buildings. My wife and I would like to build this house, a modest house, right off there on Rangeview. And as you can see, it's a bizarre piece of property because you go in and then it goes way out there. Actually, I think there's some history to this property before, but anyway.
So, Mr. Quist, did you get your question answered?
So it's the number of structures is.
Yeah.
Okay.
She said, like, you have your house, but if you want to build a little guest house for your mother-in-law, which that's my mom and dad-in-law, I really think that'd be cool. But the problem is that I'm really confused. Do I have to pay this $1,000 or $800 fee?
Right. So we understand you're confused, and we understand what you want to know. And I have 4 minutes before I have to move on to consent agenda. Mr. Lejeski.
Okay, and this is going to be a question. So you're in rural residential, and under the conditional uses there is guest houses. So that's probably why, but if that's the case, are you thinking maybe that should be struck and be a use that's automatically...
Well, I'm kind of dumbfounded that I even have to ask permission. It really does, it sort of like says to me, hey, this is our property. You may have equity to it, but it don't damn well belong to you. That's one of my first, gut feeling. And hey, I'm not even saying that that's bad or good. That's just the way it is. However, first of all, I want to know, do I have to pay it? Yes. I do? Yes. Okay. That's all.
Thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate you coming down, Mr. Foster.
Thank you.
Mr. Dowdy, welcome. Please give us your name, spell your last name, and give us your neighborhood.
Asa Dowdy, D-O-W-D-Y, and Steel Creek Road area. On the Mary side, I'm a little confused. I read the contract. And when we first started out with our town hall meetings, it was my understanding that this building needed condemned because there was problems with the ceiling. Now, after the discussion and everything, Mr. Rogers, who founded the company that's doing this seismic deal, come in and said it needed to be tore down. Then he got a contract to do a seismic study on it. Where did this come from? It needed to be condemned from the roof, from my understanding. Now we're doing a seismic study on it, and if you look at the contract is very specific when the information has to come in. And the information has to come in December on the seismic study. What was the purpose of this study to begin with? Where did it come from? For what purpose? That confuses me. It's almost a sidebar from all the other discussions of tearing down our buildings. Our buildings that they want to tear down, wanted to tear down, the maintenance was put off on them for years. I don't think the Assembly was aware of that, or most on the Assembly, but Mr. Castle was on the Assembly before. But maintenance had been deferred on these things for years. The judgment on these buildings were done by the mayors and the department heads without the consent of the Assembly or any other people. That's not good management. It's not informing the people of the Assembly of what's going on. That's the way I look at it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dowdy. Let's see if there are questions for you. Seeing none, thank you. So I'm going to close citizens' comments B at this time, and I'm going to look for we're going to move back to our approval of agenda and consent agenda. Does anyone need to declare a possible conflict of interest for items on the consent agenda, of which we now have none anyway? Are there any other items to be removed? Nope. Clerk, would you please read the consent agenda?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Approval of minutes. Regular Assembly meeting minutes of September 13th, 2018. Communications to the Assembly. Memorandum from Mayor Castle recommending the appointment of various service area commissioners. Consideration of calendar new business resolutions. Resolution number 2018-31, a resolution supporting the Alaska Avalanche Information Center, AAIC, Eastern Alaska Region's effort to provide critical information on background safety to raise awareness and prepare skiers and riders for safe mountain travel. Sponsors, Assembly Members Cooper and Gray. Consideration of calendar new business ordinances to be introduced and advanced to public hearing. Ordinance number 2018-25, an ordinance amending Fairbanks North Star Borough Code Title 18 to add a definition of commercial outdoor recreation and add it as an allowable use in various zones. Sponsor, Assemblymember Roberts. Refer to the Committee of Whole on October 7, 2018. Advance to October 25, 2018 for public hearing. Item 18B was removed from the consent agenda. And that concludes your consent agenda.
Thank
To
you.
approve the agenda and the consent agenda.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Lawrence, second by Mr. Gray to approve the agenda and consent agenda. Is there any objection to the consent agenda as read? To approving it? Seeing none, it's approved. And with that, we are recessed until 7 o'clock, when we will start public hearing.
Good idea. So is there some time now, like that we approve the agenda? Have a motion to special meeting, or is that?
I would think that we just approved
I like your tie, too.
Thank you.
Looks cool. Right? That's straighten here.
Just the assembly. And we'll be able to talk about the motion.
Yes, please.
Be able to talk about the substance of the stuff. And if you're still here, that's
Hang out on that stage.
Thank you.
Here you go.
Okay, thank you. Okay, everybody, well, welcome back. Long time no see. I'm going to reconvene our October 11th, 2018 regular assembly meeting. It's approximately 7 o'clock in the Mona Lisa Drexler Assembly Chambers. And I think we are at the place where we are looking for reports of standing, reports from representatives. And we have, we'll start with Mr. Thompson. Welcome back. Long time no see.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Thompson with the City of North Pole, please give us your report.
Thank you. So we'll be certifying our election results on Monday night. It appears right now that Mr. Michael Welch is our mayor-elect. We have a new council member, which is DeJohn Cromer. We have a appointed council member returning, who is Perry Wally, and David Skips, which is an incumbent who was reelected. Also on Tuesday, the City of North Pole was proud to be designated a military facility zone by the governor and lieutenant governor. Saw a press release by the City of North Pole as well as the borough as well. And that's simply just an economic development collaboration between the military and our community to try to increase development in that area. So that's all I have for the report.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Mr. Thompson? Seeing none, thank you. Concise report. We don't seem to have a representative from the City of Fairbanks this evening, so we're going to go to our school board representative, Mr. Doran. Welcome.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here. Several things underway for the school district. We're undertaking a review and update of our strategic plan. This is our effort to really take a long-term view of things and to try to figure out what we need to best do to serve students. There is a survey that is available on the district website for community input, and we would really appreciate as much input to that as possible. And we also have hard copies available at the schools for someone who doesn't have internet access. We have a number of informational meetings coming over the next couple of weeks, regionally linked around each of the high schools to talk about student safety, particularly about the ALICE program, which is one specific response, but it'll also address and highlight some of the many preventive steps that go along with providing safety for students. Things like we have additional social workers working in our schools this year, what the counselors, the nurses, teachers, how class size impacts. We've reduced class size, so efforts to create that better relationship between school staff and students as part of that whole safety net. Tomorrow is the end of the first quarter, and so there will be early dismissal, and we want to make sure parents are aware of that. At the end of the month, very important time, parent-teacher conferences that take place, both important for parents and for the teachers, and that'll be on October 25th and 26th. And at our next regular meeting, which is on Tuesday the 16th, one of the items we'll be considering is the adoption of the 2019-20 academic school calendar, so also something very of great interest to our community. A couple of real highlights that I want to say, it's the district sponsored from central office a Shadow a Teacher event to get district administrators out into schools, and school board members also participated in that. I got to shadow a teacher for a day at Lathrop High School in math. It did force me to go back on my algebra and geometry. It was quite a mental exercise for me, but it was such a wonderful opportunity to watch a master teacher in operation, in this case Erica Burr, but also to talk to students. And as they were problem solving and sharing some of the things that they were working on and such with me, and I had the chance to spend the whole day there. So a number of people, administrators had that chance and have been working on that with the teachers, so we really appreciate that outreach. And then I've been able, as our school board gets to do, is doing school visits. I went to Salcha and Two Rivers recently, and I have to tell you, it is truly impressive to visit our schools, and I hope that you'll take an opportunity to come visit, to see what teachers are doing, what students are doing, and applying skills and problem solving, and teachers talking about strategies of what's working best for this student and that student, and as well as the group, but really individualizing, personalizing those things. It's quite neat. And the last thing I wanted to comment on is October is National Principals Month. And so it's a great opportunity to recognize the educational leadership of the principals at our schools. And every school community is unique. And so each principal is trying to address the needs of that community. And they deserve a good pat on the back. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's see if there are any questions for you. Mr. Lawrence has a question.
Mr. Doran, one of the matters before us on the consent agenda is advancing the ordinance regarding the school district budget and the permitted accumulation of school district funds. If that is advanced tonight, we will be considering it in a finance committee at a work session next week and then vote on it in 2 weeks. Can the school district give us their input on this issue in 2 weeks?
Okay, just
Yeah, we're
question
going
of
to be careful
process.
to not be discussing that ordinance right now. No, I'm just saying, we're just being sensitive here, so that's why Mr. Doran's looking a little confused, too.
I'm just
Can you
look-
answer that question? So you're wondering if they can
Can
give
we
you
get
feedback
input?
within 2 weeks?
Right.
Okay, can I answer that
Yes,
now?
please.
Wait,
Yes, please.
rather than waiting?
Yeah. Yes,
Since it's off the consent agenda, that's what I wasn't
Yeah,
sure.
yeah.
I didn't want to
Right.
get ahead of the game, because I will stay
Right.
and to answer any questions at that point. We want to be part of the dialogue. We have not been asked for information, and we were not given any forenotice before it was scheduled on the agenda. So to your answer, we really want to be at the table and be part of the conversation. My only hesitation in terms of saying, it's kind of short notice, and it's a very complicated issue. So I'm not in a position to commit in terms of saying, can we be adequately prepared for the answer, the questions, and the information you would like to have at that time. But yes, we want to be at the part of the conversation about that. But it's a complicated issue that we should be talking together.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to say I had the opportunity to go to Crawford School last week, I think it was. I was very impressed, both with the layout, the use of the space, and the forethought that the principal is putting into possible changes that may be coming to Crawford. Kudos to her. Anything else for the school district? Seeing none, let us move on to, let me turn our, we're going to turn on to special orders, and we'll start with liquor license transfer package store license 704. It's on page 38 of our packet. And it is from Market Basket, Inc., doing business as Gavora's Liquor Number 2, 1255 Airport Way. And it's to Costco Wholesale Corporation, DBA Costco Wholesale 1342, number 1342, 48 College Road. Mayor Kessel, do you have a staff report?
We do. We'll go to Mr. Williams for that report.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Dodge. Borough Administration has reviewed the transfer application for a package store from Market Basket to Costco Wholesale Corporation. The zoning is consistent with the intended use of the application, and Borough Administration recommends no protest.
Thank you. So I'm going to go to public hearing, and I have Mr. Khan, I believe, signed up to speak, and I assume you are our applicant?
That is correct.
Super. Well, welcome, and can we all just say, welcome, Costco? We all
Thank
agree
you.
on something.
We have felt very welcome since
Super.
we made the announcement that we were coming to town.
So I need you to start with your name.
All right,
And I need
Peter
you to
Kahn.
spell your last name.
Costco Wholesale, Kahn,
Thank you. And do you have a neighborhood?
Issaquah, Washington.
Okay. Thank you. You'll have 10 minutes because he's the applicant. Thank you. Please
Okay.
proceed.
I don't have any prepared statement. As I said, we felt very welcomed when we came to the community and asked to join you all. As you know, we plan to open November 20th. And obviously, having a liquor license is very, very important for our business. We want to have a Costco here that's just like just any other Costco in the state of Alaska and other states where we can sell packaged liquor and wine and beer. So I would just ask that you approve the transfer, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Khan? I think you answered the one we wanted to know, the November 20. So,
Okay.
thank you. I don't see any questions for you. Anyone else wish to speak on this? Seeing none, I'm closing public comment.
Move to file no protest.
Second.
So moved by Mr. Lawrence and seconded by Mr. Tackey. Discussion, debate. I would ask if there's no objection, but I think we're supposed to vote. No? Yep, please.
Mr. Tackey?
Yes.
Mr. Lojeski?
Yes.
Mr. Cooper?
Yes.
Mr. Quist?
Yes.
Ms. Major?
Yes.
Mr. Gray? Yes. Mr. Lawrence?
Yes.
Ms. Dodge?
Yes. Would anyone like to change their vote? Seeing none?
8-0.
It's passed 8-0. And that takes us to another liquor license. And this is a liquor license, new restaurant eating place, license 5713. That's on page 58, and it is TJMN LLC, doing business as House of Fire Pizza, 3677 College Road, Suite 4. Mayor Castle, do you have a staff report?
We do. Back to Mr. Williams for that.
Thank you, Mayor, Ms. Dodge. And Borough Administration did look at the new restaurant eating place application for TJMN LLC, DBA House of Fire Pizza on College Road. The property is zoned consistent with its intended use, and Borough Administration recommends no protest.
Thank you. So I'm going to open public hearing on liquor license 5713. I don't have anyone signed up. I don't see anyone coming forward, so I'm going to close public hearing. Look for a motion.
Move to file no protest.
Second.
So moved by Mr. Gray and seconded by Mr. Tackey. Discussion, debate. Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Mr. Tackey?
Yes.
Mr. Gray?
Yes.
Ms. Major?
Yes.
Mr. Quist?
Yes.
Mr. Wojcicki?
Yes.
Mr. Cooper?
Yes.
Mr. Lawrence?
Yes.
Ms. Dodge?
Yes. Would anyone like to change their vote? Seeing none, it's adopted 8-0. Okay, that takes us to ordinance number 2018-31, which is an ordinance altering the boundaries of Tungsten Service Area to remove lots 1 through 5 Hidden Hills subdivision, altering the boundaries of Vienna Woods Service Area to include lots 1 through 5 Hidden Hills subdivision, and providing for one election. It is on page 79. And Mayor Castle, do you have a staff report?
Do go to Mr. Michael Bradley from our Rural Services Department.
Thank you, Mayor. To my right is Rob Brazil. He works as a service area tech here in the Division of Rural Services, and he administers these boundary changes. This particular change has to do with a parcel that's currently in the Tungsten service area, and it used to be one parcel. Then that parcel got subdivided to 5 smaller parcels, and when that subdivision went through, it turned went from legal access onto Tungsten to its legal access onto Vienna Wood. So what we're trying to do here is, this is kind of a two-parter, is it would go to an election of the Vienna Woods service area. If that election passes, then it would be removed from Tungsten service area. So Tungsten and Vienna Wood, they're next door neighbors when it comes to service areas. They're located off of Chena Hot Springs Road. Vienna Wood is located off of Steel Creek. This is a borough-sponsored change. So this occurred based on the subdivision itself. The proposed annexation contains 5 parcels. The parcels have access to the Vienna Woods service area's maintained roads, and it's their only access. They access onto Tyrol Street, and the projected revenue for Vienna Wood would be increased by $316. So this would be the parcel being brought in. This is Tungsten service area. This is Vienna Wood, and currently its only access is off of Steel Creek Road. You go up Trianon Drive, and then you take Tyrol Street, which is right here. This is where the service area ends as far as road maintenance, and then these parcels are accessed through a private easement. And then there's these parcels. So what we're doing is we're bringing in the parcels, but we're not bringing in additional roads because of that private access easement. The removal of in the Tungsten service area, that would be a projected revenue decrease of $1,218. And the difference between the two is just based on every service area has its own mill rate and tax cap, so that's why it's not equal. So the passage, if this ordinance passes, what you would be doing is sending this out to the vote of the residents of the Vienna Woods service area to vote on whether they want these parcels brought into the service area. If that election passes, then they would be removed from Tungsten service area. If the election fails, the properties will remain in Tungsten. That concludes my staff report.
Thank you. So I'm going to open public hearing on ordinance 2018-31. I don't have anyone signed up. Is there anyone that wishes to speak on that? Ma'am, you'll need to come on up and give us your name. Spell your last name, tell us your neighborhood, and we'll do our best to see if we can answer.
My name's Angela Ackerman, Ackerman.
Thank you.
I live in Vienna Woods service area. I would just like to know how much road we would be taking on. You know, is it a half mile? Is it a mile? And
so that's a technical question, so I'll ask our staff to answer that.
Okay.
That would be 0. We're not bringing in any roads to this.
But how much would we be responsible for maintaining additionally? Nothing. So who will maintain it?
The residents of those property owners who own that property.
We wouldn't take over.
So-
Wherever it ends is where it would stop now, currently?
So the end of the road maintenance won't change. So currently the end of the road maintenance is approximately here at a temporary turnaround. That will remain the maintained road section of road.
And so Mr. Lawrence has a question for our citizen or for staff?
Mr. Bradley, just to clarify, normally, this annexed area, the roads in the annexed area would be maintained by the receiving road service area, except for the fact that it's only a private easement leading up to the blue across that large white parcel. And since it is a private easement, our policy, or I don't know if it's code or policy, is that the maintenance stops when there, I mean, there's no maintenance of private easement roads. Is
That was a
correct?
question for you.
It's a question for him.
I know, for him, yeah.
You're correct. So we can't spend public funds on private easements. So it would not be maintained because there's a private easement that goes up to, that leads to that property.
And even though the roads in the blue section, you know, in the annex section are public roads, since they're not connected to a public road, that means maintenance won't occur unless the private easement becomes a public easement. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Angela? I'm sorry, Ms. Ackerman or staff? And you could probably catch Mr. Bradley a little later, too, if you have additional questions. Thank you. Anyone else wish to ask to comment on ordinance 2018-31? Seeing no one coming forward in public comment, look for a motion.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Lawrence and seconded by Mr. Tackey. Discussion. Pardon me? All the way around. Moved by Mr. Tackey and seconded by Mr. Lawrence. Discussion, debate. Yes, Mr. Cooper.
Thanks. I was just going to point out for hopefully the benefit of Ms. Ackerman and maybe some others who might be here for this
speak into the
subdivision. Yeah, I'm looking at the map at the same time. As I understand it, and I think that Mr. Bradley already did a good job of describing this, essentially it would bring more tax revenue into Vienna Woods, but without the obligation to maintain additional road mileage at this time. Because the legal access for that parcel would have to drive through the Vienna Woods subdivision roads. So they're contributing to the maintenance of the roads that bring them to the turnaround there before they get to the private easement. And looks like, yeah, there's a different picture up there now. But I think, and maybe Mr. Bradley, can you clarify at some point if there were a public easement across that parcel then, or a dedicated right-of-way, then the maintenance obligations would be extended, is that right? Maybe.
So the answer to that would be, if this was to be converted from a private easement to a public easement, the public funds could be spent on maintaining it. The issue boils down to the section, that 1,500 feet of road that's within that private easement was never constructed to a subdivision title road. So there is no obligation for the service area and borough to maintain a substandard road. the commission does have the right and the authority, if the road was constructed within a public easement or a public right-of-way, even if it's not built to Title 17, they have the ability to vote to choose to maintain it, even though it's not to title.
And that's a Service Area Commission decision.
That is correct.
And I just want to point out for everybody's benefit for several of these that if the Assembly adopts these ordinances, we're not actually effectuating the transfer. It goes to a vote, in this case, it would go to a vote of residents of Vienna Woods. So folks in that service area would get to vote on whether or not to bring those parcels in. So it's just all we get to do with it, maybe one or two exceptions tonight, is say, yes, go ahead and have a vote or not.
And I have a question for you. If that road were to become public and maintained, would it also then contribute taxes?
Well,
Is it now?
the property already contributes
thank you.
taxes. Yeah.
Thank you. Okey-doke. Any other questions, comments? Are we ready to vote? I think we are. And this is, as Mr. Cooper mentioned, this is to provide for an election. Clerk, please call the roll.
Mr. Cooper?
Yes.
Mr. Quist?
Yes.
Mr. Lojewski?
Yes.
Mr. Tackey?
Yes.
Mr. Gray?
Yes.
Ms. Major?
Yes.
Mr. Lawrence?
Yes.
Ms. Dodge?
Yes. Would anyone like to change their vote? Seeing none?
8-0.
It's approved 8-0. And that takes us to Ordinance 2018-32, which is an ordinance altering the boundaries of the garden service area to include lots 1 through 29, HD Schuylkill Division B, Tax Lot 1916, Section 19, Township 1 South, Range 2 East, Fairbanks Meridian, and providing for 2 elections. The sponsor is Merritt Castle. It is on page 87 of our packet. Mayor Castle, do you have a staff report?
I'll go back to Mr. Bradley for this and the next 8 of these. We'll just keep it on a roll.
So this boundary change is by petition. So what that means is a person or a group of individuals came in and wanted to have their neighborhood maintained by a service area. So what you see here on the map is this is the area wanting to be having their roads maintained by a service area, and then this is Garden service area, which is the closest service area. Garden is located off of Bradway Road in the North Pole area. The proposed annexation contains 30 parcels. 2 roads would be brought in with a total of 0.52 miles. The roads were constructed to Title 17 standards at the time of the subdivision was approved. They are gravel roads that are in fair condition, except one road, which is Becky Street. On the north end is in poor condition. That little guy right there. The estimated tax revenue that the area being brought in would generate would be approximately $5,238 per mile. The existing service area's current budget is revenue stream is $8,630 per mile. If this ordinance is passed, you would be sending it to an election of 2 parties. So this is what I call a 2-part election. So the garden service area residents would vote on whether or not they want this area to be brought in, as well as the area itself wanting to be brought in. Those residents also vote, and those would have to be both passed for it to occur. That concludes my staff report.
Okay, thank you very much. So I have quite a few people that are signed up for this evening. So I'm going to open public hearing, and we'll start with William Havard and Candace Havard.
Signed up with no comment.
Okay, thank you. Same thing, Candace, no comments? Okay. It's kind of confusing sometimes. Paul Damitz, Paul, do you wish to, no comment? Okie doke. Gay Evans? Thank you. Do you wish to speak? Okay, and Pete Evans. Thank you. Okay, then I'm going to close public comment. You guys made that perfect.
Move to adopt. Second.
Moved by Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Tackey. Assembly discussion debate. Questions? Yes, Ms. Major.
No, so this one is, I think it's a harder question for me than perhaps the other one, because this area certainly is not necessarily physically connected to the garden service area, and the current conditions of the road are for fair or poor, and so I just, get concerned about what burden the existing road service area might take on as a result of this if it were to pass an election, and so I just struggle with this one a little bit more than some of the others.
Yes, Mr. Lawrence.
The issue really, I think, should be determined by by the property owners in both the road service area and the area to be annexed. I know they're not connected. That's because you've got a state-maintained road connecting them. That's why there's no. I suspect that's why there's no road service area touching the annexed area the area that could be annexed. But I really think this is something that the voters or the residents should decide. And for the people in the annexed area, you've got to sell it not only to the people you want, to be added in, but you've got to sell it to the road service area that it's in their best interest as well.
Any other questions? Yes, Mr. Lajewski.
So I guess the numbers, and maybe this is for Assembly Member Major. It looks like, and maybe this is what you're saying, the existing revenue per mile is 8,630, and the annexed area would be 5,238, which is less. So you're making the case that it brings in less per mile than the existing, so therefore they're kind of being subsidized, or I don't know, I'm trying to understand your argument here.
Yeah, so the existing condition is fair and poor, right? And so I don't know how much it would cost to bring those roads up to a better condition, and I just get concerned that, I'm concerned that the garden service area could take on if this were approved by the voters, it could end up having a potential negative impact to the garden service area if the cost to bring those roads up to standard is more than the tax revenue that would be brought into the service area. Does that answer your question?
I think so, and I got another question, if I can. I guess this is for staff. So who votes in these elections? Is it just the proposed annexed area, or is it the existing service area that would annex them if approved? Or they're two separate elections? How does that work?
So it's it's two parts of the election. So the people with the residents within garden service area get a vote on whether they want to bring this area in, as well as in a separate vote is the area wanting to be brought into a service area. Those residents within that area also get a vote, and both parts have to pass for this to happen.
And if I still have the floor, this goes for this one and all this future similar ones here. I'm probably going to be voting yes on all of them unless someone comes up and says, hey, I'm against it and this is why. So like if you guys are sitting there not testifying, I hope that means that you are all in favor of it going to an election. So anyway, that's kind of where I'm at.
Thank you. I have a question for staff. Is it possible that the road commission could choose to have a differential tax levied on the incoming area to bring those roads up to similar status?
No, and it's really differential. The differential tax, and it's really meant for if you want to have an additional service within the service area. That would be a differential tax zone. So, for example, if you had a road service area that was quite large, and you had one neighborhood within that road service area that was full of streetlights, every road was lit, that would be considered something you would maybe want to have a differential tax zone on, because so that everybody in the service area isn't paying for lighting and power, but only those people within that one group is providing for lighting and power. That's where a differential tax would come in.
Olin, are you puzzled, or are you?
No, I agree. It's
Okay,
got to be a different level of service. I think the lighting example, paved roads would be another example. Some higher level of service than the service area generally receives.
But not raising the roads to a different level.
Not that would just be maintaining the roads to a certain standard, yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Mr. Lajowski?
Yes.
Ms. Major?
Yes.
Mr. Gray?
Yes.
Mr. Tackey?
Yes.
Mr. Quist?
Yes.
Mr. Cooper?
Yes.
Mr. Lawrence?
Yes.
Ms. Dodge?
Yes. Would anyone like to change their vote? Seeing none, it's adopted 8-0. That takes us to ordinance 2018-33, which is an ordinance altering the boundaries. Did I miss one?
Nope, keep going.
Okay. An ordinance, oh, I bet, okay. Do you need to declare conflict of interest before I proceed?
Potentially, but go.
Okay. An ordinance altering the boundaries of the McGrath Estates service area to include lots 1 through 7, Block A, lots 1 through 8, Block B, lots 1 through 5, Block C, Big Q subdivision, east portion of Parcel F, Section 12, Township 1 North, Range 1 West, Fairbanks Meridian, lots 1 through 10, Block 1, lots 1 through 3, Block 2, Skyridge Drive subdivision, and providing for 2 elections. The sponsor is Mayor Castle. Do you want to, Mr. Cooper?
It didn't occur to me last week, but I shot Ms. Dolan an email, and just to declare that I do live in the McGrath Estates road service area. I don't think it's a conflict because it applies generally to the service area, but I'll defer to any input that Ms. Dolan has on that.
Ms. Dolan.
Yeah, so generally the larger the service area, the more number of parcels, the more generalized an interest is. And so assuming it's just the same interest that's generally held by taxpayers, just like you don't all conflict out when you set the levy, Mr. Cooper wouldn't conflict out. And the other thing I'll say is this is really a step away from the actual action that implements it. This is just to put it to the voters. So
I agree, especially since it's just to approve an election to the voters. So with that, we will now ask for a staff report. Thank you for declaring it, Mr. Cooper.
Thank you. So McGrath Estates service area, this is a boundary, a petition as well. This is located off of the McGrath Road service area is located off of McGrath Road, as well as it extends all the way up to Skyridge, which is from Skyline down to the Old Steese. So we received a petition from an area who wants to be brought into a service area. The proposed annexation contains 34 parcels. 4 roads would be brought in with a total of 0.79 miles. The roads were constructed to Title 17 standards. They are gravel roads that are in fair condition. One road, which is Kirk Circle, is in poor condition, and it's this little guy right here. The projected revenue would be increased by $3,949. What that means is if we want to compare apples and apples, the projected revenue dollars per mile is $3,120, whereas the McGrath Estates service area has a revenue of $16,349 per mile. This is a 2-part election. So the McGrath Estates service area residents would vote, as well as the area wanting to be brought into the McGrath Estates service area. This concludes my staff report.
Thank you very much. So with that, I'm going to open public hearing on ordinance 2018-33. I have one person signed up, Valerie Amarelius. Please come forward. And if anyone else wishes to speak on this, now would be a time to come forward and take the empty seat. Thank you very much. Welcome. Please give us your name, spell your last name, tell us your neighborhood.
Amaryllis, Amaryllas, McGrath Estates.
Thank you. Welcome.
I'm on the road commission, and I'm concerned with, let me back up. I drove the roads, and looking at the condition of the roads, looking at the revenue, I'm concerned that the existing 250 residents of McGrath Estates are potentially going to be facing a tax cap increase. The roads requesting the annex are probably a mile to a mile and a half from the end of our existing boundaries. And maybe it's a question for Michael. Since there's 34 parcels and there's a big section of residents off of Arctic Tern, I believe, and Bush Hill, but there's a big section of residents that, how does one go about creating another subdivision to take in those so it's more cohesive, as opposed to, and I'm thinking about, of course, our contractor, because we've got almost 7.25 miles now that we're maintaining. So that's my concern, is that I do believe if the election or if this ordinance is passed, that we're looking at a tax cap election down the road for McGrath Estates.
Okay, super. Let's see if there are questions for you. Yes, Mr. Lawrence has a question.
Ma'am, as a road service commissioner, what is your mechanism for communicating with the property owners in your road service area?
We do have meetings, quarterly meetings. We try and send out a newsletter, potentially either spring, fall, or spring, summer, and then fall, winter. So we've been sending out, since I've been on the commission, probably the last 3 years, we've been sending out newsletters to our residents.
Okay, quick question for the attorney.
Speaking to the mic.
Does the Road Service Commission, are they in any way impeded from expressing an opinion as to this election and communicating information to the property owners in McGrath Estates?
I think that looks like
You
a
mean
Ms. Dolan
as a
question.
commission? I think they do. Don't they hold
Sorry,
a meeting, an open house, Michael, or no? I don't know the answer
Our
to
clerk,
whether they.
our clerk says she knows the answer.
If a group is organized to campaign in an election, they fall under APOC rules, and they would have to, my suggestion is that they would call our office, sorry about that, they would call our office, that we would have them call APOC to see what they can do. But if they are going to organize and start sending out flyers, then they need to register with APOC.
Okay, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I didn't realize you were asking about APOC. I thought you were just asking what our process was. Because we do, on the elections page, the clerk's office actually posts this information that you have in the staff report here. And that can be distributed. That's just information of a factual nature that they can be distributed. What they can't do is then go spend borough resources without doing the APOC reporting to influence the outcome of the election. I misunderstood, I'm sorry.
My question is what can the road commissioners do? Can they take a position on this
They're the
issue?
borough. The road service area commissioners are the borough. So in their individual capacities, they can, but if they're representing the road service area as the borough and using borough resources, they would be restricted.
All right, so as far as, okay, so individually they can communicate, but they can't do so as a commissioner, and they can't utilize any road service funding to
influence an
postage
election.
or anything like that.
Correct. You would have to do an appropriation that specifies it's directly for that purpose to influence the outcome of an election in order for them to actually lobby for an outcome.
Well, I'm just trying to give her guidance on
Right.
what she can and can't do.
So we're in citizens' comments.
Right.
You have a question for her?
Well,
We're getting technical.
I'm done.
Yep,
Yeah.
okay, thank you.
No further questions.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. We appreciate your service on the commission and your questions coming down tonight. And so we have an empty seat again, if anyone wishes to speak on ordinance 2018-33. Welcome, please give us your name, spell your last name, and give us your neighborhood.
My name is Wally Smith, and I live at 145 Snowy Owl Lane, and it's S-M-I-T-H.
Thank you.
Good. I've lived at 145 Snowy Owl for 35 years, and so I've seen the roads from, the basic subdivision from the time it was created to what we have now. And I think that one of the things that's misleading about the map here is the fact that it's quite a ways away from our service area, but it is on the back side of the hill. Pretty much all of McGrath Estates, this service area is on the south side of the hill, and we have worked strenuously for as long as I've been there to bring our roads up to a standard. And whenever you look at the roads that are on the north side of the hill, plus the property evaluation there, they have ditches, they have culverts, they have, I mean, that's the reason that they want to become into a service area, so that somebody pretty much carries them. They're not going to contribute very much. I mean, he just told you how much that they will generate per mile. And we also have it's a difficult time to keep commissioners active, and we have some volunteers that work with them and things. And I think that it's unfair of you to try to saddle those commissioners with more work. They're volunteers. They don't make a dime, And so I think that it's very unfair that, this is kind of being forced on us. I realize that there's going to be an election, but they should, if they want to be part of a service area, they should, get lands that are contiguous to them and in the same property valuations.
Thank you very much. Let's see if there are any questions for you, Mr. Smith. I don't see any. Thank you very much. We appreciate you coming down and speaking with us.
Mm-hmm. All right, thank you.
So I have another empty seat. Welcome, Ms. Davison. Please give us your name, spell your last name, give us your neighborhood.
My name is Janet Davison. My last name is spelled D-A-V-I-S-O-N. I live at 212 Huck Road in McGrath Estates. The only thing that I have real concern about is, as these other two have expressed, is that the value that this new service area annexation would bring to our community is not lifting us up. As a matter of fact, we may have to carry them for a while if we do vote for this. I'm not saying vote for it, don't vote for it. I'm saying for folks who want to know, they should do the little drive-by. But I want to know one thing from staff. The road that runs along the north side, Sky
Ridge or something.
Sky Ridge, who maintains that road?
Okay, well, so finish your testimony and then we'll ask.
Okay. That is my question. Okay. And then when I think of it in terms of how we can get our contractor up into that neighborhood, that's why I'm asking about who maintains that road, because that's the road they'll have to break up into that neighborhood to get to it. The other thing that I reviewed was, who are other nearby service areas? Summerwood is closer to them than we are, and Summerwood is up against the Steese Highway. Those are my only comments. I am not saying vote for or against. I'm just saying we should look at some additional information. There's a few facts that maybe we need to investigate further. And yes, the community will vote about it. And that's our privilege, is the voting.
Thank you, Ms. Davison.
Thank you.
Let's see if we can get that question answered for you from staff. Who maintains the Sky Ridge Road, please?
So Sky Ridge is maintained by the State of Alaska Department of Transportation.
Thank you. Any other? Yes, Ms. Major.
So I just want to make a comment similar to an earlier one. So one of the challenges that I have with infrastructure, particularly road infrastructure.
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry. We're still in citizens' comments.
Oh.
Thank you.
Sorry. Yeah.
Anybody
I
else?
saw empty seats. I thought
yes,
that was.
I understand.
Thank you.
Anybody else? I forgot. Anyway, that's because we had technical staff. Any other comments on the McGrath Estates election? Seeing none, we'll close citizens' comments.
To adopt.
Thank you.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Jackie, seconded by Mr. Gray. Now, Ms. Major.
Sorry, it's been a long day and a long evening already. No, so I just, going back to my comment, right, road infrastructure and the upkeep can be incredibly challenging. And I know I mentioned the liability earlier, so I guess one quick question for staff. So this area right now is maintained by the residents of the proposed annexation area, right?
That's correct.
And so there's no taxable income coming to it. It's just their private money collectively to maintain it.
I assume they would pass the hat, or there's one or two families that kind of does the work for everybody.
So I think that it would be really sort of almost impossible for this road service area commission, or this road service area to really, I mean, just my guess is they're going to take on a liability that they may never be able to collect enough revenue on to really do the type of infrastructure upgrades that, or the road upgrades or upkeep that might be needed in perpetuity. And so I do feel like this would be bringing more financial requirements, not only into the road service area, but also to the borough. And it's highly unlikely that there would ever be a proper offset in terms of tax revenue to really maintain the area in the way that it should. That's all I have.
Thank you. So Mr. Tacky and then Mr. Cooper.
I'd like to make a motion to amend line 35 to insert the word attached between the and before map to read as follows. Shall the boundaries of the McGrath Estate Service Area be altered so that the borough may exercise road maintenance and construction powers within the area indicated on the attached map?
Second.
Hold on a minute. What page are you on, please? Or where are we?
94.
Thank you. Oh, thank you. Okey doke. So it's been moved by Mr. Tacky and seconded by Mr. Lawrence, I believe. Is that correct? To amend line 35 to insert the word attached between the and before map. To read as follows: shall the boundaries of the McGrath Estate Service Area be altered so that the borough may exercise road maintenance and construction powers within the area indicated on the attached map? Is there any objection to this amendment being adopted as proposed? Seeing none, it's approved. Mr. Cooper.
Thanks. I was just going to echo some of Ms. Major's comments. The one thing about this particular proposed election that really struck me was the discrepancy in the dollars per mile of that comes across. I mean, it's basically a 5-to-1 difference. And that's pretty substantial. Should, again, it goes back to being a two-part election. So the McGrath Estate Service Area would have to vote to bring it in. And generally, I favor putting these questions to the voter, but I can tell you this is a tough one for me just because of that discrepancy. I mean, and Ms. Amaryllis makes a really good point about, then you're in the position of possibly doing a tax cap election to make up for that. So, yeah, this is of all of the ones that we have before us tonight, I found this one most challenging because of that difference in the dollar per mile in revenue, tax revenue.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I have a question for Mr. Bradley. Should this not go through, what options would the new proposed annexation area have going forward? What could they look at? What other things could they consider?
Well, if this doesn't go through, whether the ordinance doesn't pass or the election fails, what we do is we try to get them into another service area. And there is another service area that we could try to get them into, very similar distance to McGrath Estates, and we would try that option next year.
Mr. Lawrence and then Mr. Lajewski.
Well, that was pretty much my question. Is the annexed area, I mean, the area proposing to be annexed, I mean, this proposal is from a property owner or owners in that area, right?
Correct.
It's not a big enough area to be its own road service area, is it?
We don't form new service areas if we already have one that can provide the service.
All right, thank you.
Let's see, Mr. Lajewski.
My question was along the same line, so I could ask this way, would we form a new service area if all the other ones are unwilling to take on an area?
I would have to defer to legal on that.
So we have a constitutional restriction on forming new service areas if there's another service area that they can become a part of. We've interpreted that to say if there is no other service area, the votes keep failing, then you would be able to form a new service area.
And if I can follow up on that, so if we refuse to put it to election and then for the other service area, I'm not sure which one it is, that's in near proximity, we refuse again next year, does that satisfy that requirement, or does it actually have to go to a vote and then be voted down?
You would need to go to the voters to say that it can't be a part of another service area, because there is a service area now that's available to provide the services if the election passes.
Okay, so that I'm thinking about this right. If we refuse, you're saying that's not sufficient condition for them to create their own service area?
I don't think so, no.
The voters themselves must refuse it?
Correct.
Either in the proposed annexed area or the actual proposed Annex E, I don't know if that's the right word, but the host service area?
Correct, in order to comply with our restrictions, yes.
Okay.
Mr. Tacky.
So my question is, do the petitioners select the road service area they're wishing to be annexed into?
No, we do that at the office. We do our best guess on what we think might pass, might produce them joining a service area.
Okay, so I got a follow-up question. So is the one that's in a closer proximity to them, or not closer, but one that's in the same area, is the dollars per mile even a greater disparity? And that's the reason this one was selected over the other?
You know, I don't have that information as far as the other service area.
Thanks.
Any other questions? I had two of them for you, Mr. Bradley. One is, what have you seen when you've seen, if these, where these have been successful, what have you seen for impacts with regards to impacts to the host, as it were?
Oh, well, you know, the commission itself chooses the level of service that it's going to be providing. And the commission also has a choice to, if this area was to be brought in, the commission has the choice to provide routine maintenance like they provide everywhere else. The contractor's required to keep its unit prices. So snow removal in the new area would be the same price as the snow removal in the existing area on a per mile basis. The same with grading. If, say, the road needs some ditches or maybe needs some gravel in the future, the commission can choose as part of their short and long-term planning on how do they want to spend their funds to this new area compared to the existing service area and figure out the needs. What areas are in the most need of money? And then it's up to the commission to choose how they want to spend that money.
Thank you. And I have one other question. What impact have you seen with, or what's the differences that you've seen when a commission is dealing with roads that are on the south side and on the north side? Is it just different schedules of when you would be removing hard pack, or what kind of?
There's really no difference. It all happens at the same time, no matter which side of the hill you're on. Now, obviously, on the north-facing hill, you'll have your breakup's going to be a little longer, but as far as hard pack removal, things like that, that stuff happens early on anyway, because you want to get that popped off before it gets warm anyway.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you for letting me ask a few. Yes, Mr. Lajewski.
So, in my mind, this makes sense, so I'm going to ask what you think about it, but it seems to me the north side of the hill would be more expensive to maintain because it's colder, and so I would assume you're more likely to have thawing permafrost close to the road that could cause frost heaves and things, and on the south side that'd be less likely to happen because the natural state of the permafrost probably was, deeper before the road was built.
Not always. It's pretty sporadic. Permafrost is pretty sporadic here in the Fairbanks area, so it can be on the south side, it can be on the north side. It just depends. And if you happen to have a road that where a thermokarst or an ice lens is underneath it and it melts, it's not the end of the world. It's maybe a half load of gravel or some dirt, and you fill it back up. So it's not I wouldn't consider the side of the hill changing the cost of maintenance.
Okay, any other questions? Clerk, I think, yes, Mr. Lajewski.
I got a motion. I move to table this until our next scheduled assembly meeting.
So, oops.
Table has to happen within the same meeting. That's not a proper motion.
Okay.
So you would move to postpone, perhaps?
So I move to postpone this till the next...
Till October 25th, is that what it is? 20.
If it's postponed, it will be too late to do the November election.
So you can still move, though. You've moved to postpone. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Quista seconded it. Okay. Mr. Lajewski, would you like to speak to that? And we'll also ask the clerk to speak to what?
Sure. My rationale is, and I didn't know about that we had missed the election, but I'd like to hear the numbers about cost per mile of the other about equally close neighboring road service area to see which one would be a more appropriate fit. And we haven't really been provided with the information of which one seems to make more sense. So if we're going to move this to election, I think we should know, and we should move it to the better fit rather than kind of guessing right now.
Okay. Any other discussion? I guess I would ask Mr. Bradley, is that a consideration you make when you evaluate which host service area to request to annex to?
One of the things I look at is location of the where's the existing service area compared to the area that wants to be brought in. The other one I look at is health of the service area. How healthy is that service area? How organized, how well the commission runs. I look at all those sort of things when I choose which service area should be brought in.
Okay. So on the motion to postpone to October, is it 25th? On October 25th, please, clerk, please call the roll. What?
There is an issue. If you move to postpone it to October 25th, by code, we have to publish the notice of election by October 21st, which the election date is November 20th. So you will miss the date to have this election on November 20th.
So does that effectively delay this for a year?
That is correct, unless you were to come back and, I mean, our code says we do altering boundaries the third week in November, or you guys would have to come back with a substitute to do a special election for a service area, which we don't.
Are we still in debate?
We are on the motion to postpone. So Mr. Tacky? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Wojcicki?
Yeah, so I guess my position as of now would be I'm not comfortable voting for this since I don't feel like I know which one's more appropriate, and it's a serious question here. So if this gets moved to 2 weeks from now and we decide to go forward with it, I would say we just amend the date to the 2019 election. That's kind of my position. So I'm going to be voting for postponing, and I'll be voting against the whole election if we vote on it tonight.
Okay. On the motion to postpone, Mr. Tacky.
I would urge against the postponement, given the fact that we have Mr. Bradley, who has done an analysis between the two, has seen that this one is the most closely connected, the healthiest to actually withstand it. And if the citizens of the host service area choose not to actually annex this portion, they have an election to do that. And we could do that this year, and then if that fails, then they can look at it in a second one the following year rather than having to wait a whole nother year.
Okay, on the move to postpone, anybody else? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll on the motion to postpone till October 25th.
Mr. Tacky?
No.
Mr. Wojcicki?
Yes.
Mr. Cooper?
No.
Mr. Quist?
No.
Ms. Major?
No.
Mr. Gray?
No.
Mr. Lawrence?
No.
Ms. Dodge?
No. Would anyone like to change their vote? Seeing none,
1-7.
it fails 1-7, and we are back to the main motion, and I think we're ready to vote. Clerk, please call the roll on the main motion.
As amended?
As it amended. Thank you.
Mr. Quist?
Yes.
Mr. Gray?
Yes.
Mr. Tacky?
Yes.
Mr. Cooper?
Yes.
Ms. Major?
No.
Mr. Wojcicki?
No.
Mr. Lawrence?
Yes.
Ms. Dodge?
Yes. Would anyone like to change their vote? Seeing none,
6-2.
it is adopted 6-2. And that takes us to Ordinance 2018-34, which is an ordinance altering the boundaries of Chena Point Road Service Area to remove a portion of Lot 1B, Chena Point Lake Subdivision, First Edition. Sponsor is Mayor Castle. It's on page 97. Mayor Castle, do you have a staff report?
Mr. Bradley.
Thank you. So Chena Point Road Service Area is located off of Chena Pump Road. This one is borough-sponsored, and this occurred through a plat. This change is to remove a portion of a parcel from the service area, and the reason of this is because through the platting process, it changed the boundary lines of the lot. So now the portion of the parcel that we're wanting to remove has no legal or or physical access directly onto service area maintained roads. So that's why we're recommending the removal from the service area. The projected revenue of the service area would decrease by $1,008. So this is the portion of the parcel that would be removed. Prior to the plat, this was one parcel, so it was within the service area. Now this is the parcel, so it's partially in, partially out, where it has direct access onto Chena Pump Road. This ordinance is a little different because it's a removal, and this would not go to an election. This would take effect by the adoption of this ordinance. That concludes my staff report.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to open public hearing on ordinance 2018-34. I have no one signed up. Come on up. Please do. Please take a seat. Give us your name. Spell your last name. Give us your neighborhood.
My name's Daniel Foster, Foster. I'm in North Pole, and this actually has nothing to do with that. I just wanted to compliment Mr. Cooper. I understand you live in McGrath, and you let it go to a vote, and that's what this body should be doing, is representing us. So thank you. I understand your reservations. However, that's for us to decide, or for them. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else wish to speak on ordinance 2018-34? Seeing no one coming forward, I'm closing public hearing. Look for a motion.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Lawrence and seconded by Mr. Gray. Discussion, debate on ordinance 2018-34. Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Mr. Tackey?
Yes.
Mr. Gray?
Yes.
Ms. Major?
Yes.
Mr. Quist?
Yes.
Mr. Lojeski?
Yes.
Mr. Cooper?
Yes.
Mr. Lawrence?
Yes.
Ms. Dodge?
Yes. Would anyone like to change their vote? Seeing none, it's adopted 8-0. So that's going to take us to ordinance 2018-35, an ordinance altering the boundaries of the Gordon service area to remove Lot 1A, Block A, Peter Hawk Subdivision Vintage Estates First Edition. It's on page 102. Mayor Castle, do you have a staff report?
Mr. Bradley.
Thank you. Gordon service area is located off on Nelson Road in the North Pole area. This is a boundary change based on a request by the property owner. So we got a request by the property owner who asked for their properties to be removed because they don't access the service area road. So we did an analysis and we did a review of the plat where their property is on, and that's the property there. And after we reviewed the plat in the area, it was noted that this parcel actually is only legal access is onto Nelson Road, which is Alaska DOT state maintained, and they don't have legal access or currently a physical access onto Hurst Road, which is part of Gordon service area. So the removal of this parcel would be a decrease in revenue of $461. And because this is a removal, because the parcel doesn't use maintained service area roads or can't use service area maintained roads, this does not go to an election and would take effect after the adoption of this ordinance. This concludes my staff report.
Thank you. So I'm going to open public hearing on ordinance 2018-35, and I have no one signed up. See no one coming forward. I'm going to close public hearing. Look for a motion.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Lawrence and seconded by Mr. Tackey. Any discussion or debate on this? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Mr. Cooper?
Yes.
Mr. Quist?
Yes.
Mr. Lojeski?
Yes.
Mr. Tackey?
Yes.
Mr. Gray?
Yes.
Ms. Major?
Yes.
Mr. Lawrence?
Yes.
Ms. Dodge?
Yes. Would anyone like to change their vote? Seeing none,
8-0.
it's approved 8-0. And that takes us to ordinance 2018-36, an ordinance altering the boundaries of the Birch Hill service area to include lots 1 through 5, Block B, lots 1 through 4, Block C, Murray Highlands, lots 1 through 12, Murray Highlands Extension, and providing for 2 elections. Sponsors Mayor Castle. It is on page 107.
Thank you. So the Birch Hill service area, this is a boundary change by petition. So we had an individual come in and want to have their roads maintained by a service area. So Birch Hill service area itself is located off of Chena Hot Springs Road. It actually is located off several roads. It's located off of Birch Hill Road, and it's located off of Steel Creek, or yeah. This proposed annexation contains 21 parcels. 2 roads would be brought in with a total of 0.67 miles. The roads were constructed at Title 17 standards, are in fair condition. The projected revenue being brought in would increase by $9,908. So to compare apples and apples, the area wanting to be brought in would bring in a projected dollars per mile of $14,788, whereas the existing service area has a revenue of $11,319 per mile. This is a 2-part election since it's a petition. So the receiving service area, so the Birch Hill service area residents will vote, as well as the area wanting to be brought into the Birch Hill service area will vote. That concludes my staff report.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to open public hearing on ordinance 2018-38, which is altering the boundaries of Birch Hill service area. I have 2 people signed up. I have Robert Montgomery and Christy Montgomery.
I'm just here in favor of the ordinance. I don't need to speak unless there's somebody against us.
Do you want to, why don't you come forward and just give us your name and give us your neighborhood and spell your last name and tell us that on the record. How's that?
Good evening. Robert Montgomery. Last name is Montgomery. We live on Concord Avenue in the Murray Highlands Extension area. And we're the ones that did the petition in the neighborhood. We had everybody in favor except for one, and we just wanted to come here to encourage. And the road, I think, is in poor condition. It would be my best assessment, and we would like to have it as part of the service area.
Okay, thank you. Let's see if there are questions for you. Mr. Lawrence has a question for you.
Mr. Montgomery, by now you're fully aware that you've got to convince the service area property owners or residents of that it's in that they have to approve this as well.
Yes, sir.
Right. Well, it looks to me like financially,
in their favor.
Yeah. I mean, you need to communicate that to them.
Sure.
He meant that as a question.
Yeah, okay, I'm sorry.
Mr. Cooper.
Thanks, Mr. Montgomery, for coming down. Since you're here, I felt like I had to ask you a question. So, have you talked to folks in the existing service area pretty extensively so far?
In the existing service area, not exactly. There's been a few people we haven't talked to. Peregrine, actually, on it's not Steel Creek, Peregrine comes up, and probably the last 500 feet of Peregrine is not in service area, but the current service person that's doing the road maintenance has to come up to Concord to do, to turn around. So they've been servicing that area already anyway, about 500 feet of Peregrine that's not in their service area. So I'm pretty sure they will want us, because he doing part of it already anyway. So.
And my understanding is that the service area uses Concord pretty heavily to access the service area.
They sure do. And Peregrine, the mailboxes are down on Birch Hill Road, so they're going on Concord to access their mailboxes. So.
Thanks.
And Ms. Major.
So Mr. Cooper did take one of my points or one of my questions, and because it is my understanding that people in the existing service area do use those roads extensively. How is Concord and the first sort of 500 feet of Peregrine, how are they maintained now?
Currently, the last that Peregrine is being serviced by the existing service. Concord, we bought some gravel last year and tried to fill in some of the potholes. The water is actually running right down the middle of the road, and when it gets to the low spot, the potholes are to the point where you bottom out in cars. So, it's in dire need of some service. So.
When you say that
I'm sorry.
When you say that that Peregrine is that the existing contractor kind of services that last 500 feet of Peregrine, is that just snow removal in the wintertime, or do they also fix potholes or other things in the summer?
I think he does both because he has to come to turn his equipment around. He has to turn around right there at Concord. And the snow removal on Concord now is just neighbors, everybody getting together. A nice guy up the hill's got a plow on his truck. We tried to keep it off, but it gets in pretty bad shape. So,
okay, thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Montgomery? Seeing none, thank you. Ms. Montgomery, do you wish to say anything? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak on Ordinance 2018-36? Please come forward. Please give us your name, spell your last name, and you'll have 3 minutes. Tell us your neighborhood.
My name is Lisa Dixon, Dixon.
And your neighborhood?
127 Concord.
Thank you. Proceed.
I also am in favor of this. My husband as well. He wasn't able to be here tonight, but the road is really bad. There's a lot of potholes just from Birch Hill. We're the second house on the left. I'm not sure what parcel that is, but I counted on a walk with my daughter, jumping in puddles. There were 29 potholes, and they are really bad. And my husband thinks that there will be no road pretty soon, and he, along with Mr. Montgomery, have paid for them to, or for maintenance. But I just wanted to say that we are definitely in favor of this.
Thank you very much. Let's see if there are questions for you, Ms. Dixon. Mr. Lawrence has a question.
Ms. Dixon, how old is your daughter?
Can she count to 27?
It was actually my granddaughter, and she's 5.
Okay. Did she jump in all of them, or?
She did, and we had a lot of fun counting them.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you. We appreciate you coming down. Anybody else that wishes to speak on this ordinance 2018-36? Seeing no one else coming down or jumping in puddles, I'm going to close public hearing, look for a motion.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Tackey and seconded by Mr. Lawrence. Any discussion or debate on this? Ms. Major.
So I just want to say what differentiates this from the others, at least from my perspective, is one, the roads are already being used by the general public, and some of the other areas for annexation, it's really sort of private roads that are just primarily used by the residents. And I also want to just comment, when we do annex these areas in, it's not just the taxes collected from the road service area that would continue to provide for the upkeep of those roads, but as we discussed in our legislative priorities meeting earlier today, there's about $10 million worth of capital improvements that have to happen to roads throughout the borough. So there really is a broader general requirement or liability to the borough itself when we bring in these additional roads that the residents or the property owners of those essentially private roads now aren't, necessarily contributing to. So there is that broader liability to the borough that's beyond the proposed annex area and the road service area. But in this case, it is a widely generally used road by everybody, and so to me it's a much clearer distinction on why this would be something that would be important to do.
Thank you. Any other question or discussion or debate? Yep, Mr. Quist.
Maybe just a point of clarification. Earlier we were discussing a request for some $10 million from the state for road service areas. I'm just addressing Ms. Major's comment, but my understanding of the borough's potential liability or like the need for maintenance for road service areas is on the order of several tens of millions of dollars or dozens of tens of millions of dollars. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion or debate? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Mr. Lojeski.
Yes.
Ms. Major.
Yes.
Mr. Gray.
Yes.
Mr. Tackey.
Yes.
Mr. Quist.
Yes.
Mr. Cooper.
Yes.
Mr. Lawrence.
Yes.
Ms. Dodge.
Yes. Would anyone like to change their vote? Seeing none?
8-0.
It's adopted 8-0. And that takes us to Ordinance 2018-37, which is an ordinance altering the boundaries of the Moose Meadow service area to include lots 1 through 30, Block 1, lots 1 through 24, Block 2, Lakewood subdivision, lots 1 and 4, Lakewood subdivision, first edition, and providing for 2 elections. Sponsor is Mayor Castle. It's on page 112. Mayor Castle, do you have a staff report?
Bradley.
Thank you. Moose Meadow service area, this boundary is by petition as well.
Moose Meadows service area is located off of Plaque Road in the North Pole area. The proposed annexation contains 56 parcels. 5 roads would be brought in a total of 1.28 miles. The roads were constructed at Title 17 standards. They are gravel roads in fair condition. The projected revenue would increase by $7,727. So their projected dollars per mile would be $6,037, whereas the Moose Meadows service area's revenue is currently at $4,163 per mile. This would be a two-part election. The receiving service area votes, so the Moose Meadows service area votes, as well as the area wanting to be brought into Moose Meadows. That concludes my staff report.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to open public hearing on ordinance 2018-37. I have Jesse Davis signed up. Please come forward. And anyone else that wishes to speak on ordinance 2018-37, please come forward.
Hi, Jesse Davis, D-A-V-I-S. I live in Lakewood Loop. I have a couple questions, and it's not come up in any of these ones because, you know, I've been here since 4:30, and I was kind of hoping to go home a little sooner. Got a couple dogs, need to get out. A couple questions such as, how do these elections work as far as the number of people that live in the current area? Is it by homeowners only? Is it by majority rule? It was by petition. It was put around in our neighborhood. And also, how current are your tax dollars? Because right now on Tonata Road, can you blow it up to the bigger map? Do you have one bigger?
Not really.
Tonata Road is the first road above the blue area. Going into that area right now, Byerson Construction has built a $540,000 fourplex. On down from that, Byerson Construction has built a $779,000 fourplex. And farther down the road, which isn't even in the real estate listing I saw, they're building 4 individual homes. And then in our area, Lakewood Loop, they're building a $430,000 home. So I'm thinking that their tax numbers are going to go up. Bottom line, because I talked to your assessing people today, I'd like to know what the impact is going to be on our mill rate. Because nowhere in the petition or in anything presented here by him tonight, other than the number I heard was $7,727. Is that an increase in taxes? Is that just what you think we're bringing in from our current taxes? So I just kind of need a little more information here on this.
Right. So let me see what we can, so as you may have gathered, we're here to listen. We can ask some technical questions.
Sure.
Although you have quite a few technical questions. So how elections will work.
Well,
may
I have a technical question too.
Okay, may I work through this list and see if you still have one? So that was a question of residency, is it residence, and whether it's a majority. Is that largely what you're...
Yes, ma'am.
So is it resident, so it's, Ms. Dolan, can you tell us that, please?
It's voters residing in the service area, and it's by a majority.
Voters?
So they have to be qualified voters, and they have to be residing in the service area.
And qualified voters mean they own property and they reside, or they're qualified
They
voters?
don't have to own the property,
Okay.
just qualified voters in the borough.
And reside in the, okay, so there's that. Within the service area.
Great, I said that.
Yeah, okay. And it's a majority?
Correct, our elections
Okay.
pass by majority vote.
So, and each, the host, as we've been calling it, service area would need to vote to have a majority say yes, and then the one requesting to come to join would have to have also a majority of the voters that reside in the service area. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And homeowner value is a different question. I don't know that we have that. Impact on mill rate. Would you please address that again, Mr. Bradley?
Yeah, I'll do my best.
Thank you.
And if somebody else has some more information, they can chime in. So the taxable assessed value, we take the latest numbers that our assessing department has. So this is based on this calendar year's assessment. So new construction, if something's being built, doesn't quite take effect yet. So the taxable assessed value can fluctuate based on new construction. As far as tax revenue coming in, so the existing Moose Meadow service area, their current mill rate is approximately 0.986. That number does not change. What would change if the area being brought into the service area, that area would then start to pay an additional tax of 0.986 to get road maintenance done. So what does that mean? What does that 0.986 means? That means your taxes would go up $98.60 per $100,000 of assessed value.
Of the incoming.
Of the incoming port parcels.
And you also had a value per mile of the host and the incoming?
Yes. Moose Meadow service area has a current revenue of $4,163 per mile. The area wanting to be brought into the service area would have a approximate revenue of $6,037 per mile.
And that's based on the .986, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Mr. Lejeski, do you still have a technical question?
I think you answered it, but I think I can restate it. Unless, do you understand the tax cap issue?
I do.
Okay, then I'm not going to ask another question. We're good.
Okay, thank you.
If I could get a little clarification.
Well, it's really not how we give it a try. What do you need?
So we're adding 56 homes into this very large service area. I would think that maybe the number added in, the tax amount, would actually help lessen their taxes a little bit, am I right? And would make ours go up.
It's based on valuation of the properties that are being brought in and of the host. So that's the difference.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. And if you have additional questions, I know Mr. Bradley can answer them.
Well, if some of that was more in this letter that came from the borough, I wouldn't necessarily have to be down there asking a question. We need a little more information in these letters, I think.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. Any other questions? I'm sorry, before you go, any other questions of Mr. Davis? Seeing none, thank you. Appreciate you coming down and staying with us. Welcome. Please give us your name, spell your last name, and give us your neighborhood.
Mark Thomas, Thomas,
Yeah.
and I live on the Lakewood Loop subdivision also. And I didn't realize how this operated down here, but I did have some questions. And if I would have known how this was what you do, I would have brought these questions up beforehand to the gentleman over here. But I would like to ask the questions because it would affect how I would vote. So if I can get these answered, it would be helpful.
Why don't you ask them, and either we can get them answered here, or we can get them answered by Mr. Bradley offline.
All right. From listening, I guess the money collected, if everything is approved, the money collected from the Lakewood Loop subdivision would go into the bigger service area, and then it would basically be divided up at that point. So my question is, does the money stay in Lakewood Loop, or does it go, or would our money be used in the entire service area? The other one, a couple other ones are, but we have an airstrip down the middle of our subdivision. The roads have a large, not service area, but clearance area on the plot plans. Does the road maintenance include that? Not just the road, its surface itself, but outside of the road? Because our roads are narrow, our clearance areas are larger for the aircraft. Does the road service area money, can it be used for that? Our roads aren't they were built to standard, whatever the standard was. They do need fixing up. I'm assuming that the money is used just to fix the roads. Is there an increase initially to bring your roads up to a standard, or are they already at that standard? I don't know how they were evaluated initially. So, is there going to be an increase for the first year or so, and then it's going to be a standard after that, or how does that work? And Mr. Lawrence mentioned that we need to petition or whatever the other service area to say, hey, we want to join. Is there an avenue to contact those individuals that, other than going door to door? I don't know if that's something that can be answered. And then, what's the other one? Oh, the other one was, she said that that non-landowners can vote, even though they're not being taxed.
Okay, so that's a lot of questions. And it's, yeah, and I'm just thinking what might be most efficient is we're maybe, depending upon how things go, 5 to 10 minutes before Mr. Bradley's going to be out of that staff box and can sit down with you more one-on-one and more robustly answer these. I will answer what I will ask them to answer what they can. Certainly, Ms. Dolan, when we spoke about voters, it is just voters in the area. They don't have to be landowners. Is that correct?
Correct, residents, not landowners, yeah.
Regarding money staying within, if the road service area is to be brought in, that money becomes commonly held by the commission and spent as whole. Correct, Ms. Bradley?
So, yeah, if the ordinance is to pass and the both elections are to pass and this area was to be brought into the service area, those tax dollars go into the general Moose Meadows fund. So the commission will use that to provide what I like to call routine maintenance. So the snow removal, hard pack removal, grading, they'll also use that money to improve the roads. So maybe if a road needs some gravel or needs some ditching or maybe a culvert replaced, they'll spend that money for that. But it'll be at the up to the commission as far as which little projects they want to spend their money on.
Any other questions of, and I think the airstrip would be good to ask for him.
Separate.
Yeah. Ms. Major has a question for you.
Yeah, so just how are the roads in Lakewood Loop maintained right now?
Currently, we solicit the current owners, and if they donate, they donate. If they don't, they don't. And then other individuals take the work upon themselves to get the work done.
So regarding the area that kind of is connected to the airstrip, or that's important for the airstrip, are there special standards that the community kind of goes by for that area?
I don't understand.
I'm trying to recall what you had mentioned that
50-foot clearance?
Yes.
If that's in the plot plan when the subdivision was developed, and over the years the trees have grown in a lot of property, and landowners haven't maintained them. And so I'm just wondering if that is something that the road service area would do.
Okay, so but there's not then a special or specific requirement for any of that area. So the standards that the road would have to be maintained to, given its proximity to the airstrip, same standard as any other road.
Any other road, as far as I know.
Okay. Yeah. No. Thank you.
Yeah.
And regarding how to contact, I'm thinking again that I'm sure Ms. Bradley's office can help with that. I would imagine that and he's got a card, I think, over there. Could be a driver's license, but I think it's probably a business card. Any other questions of Mr. Thomas? Seeing none, thank you very much. We appreciate you coming down and staying with us. And Mr. Bradley's got a card, and hopefully we can answer more questions more robustly for you. And we appreciate the feedback on the letter.
Thank you.
Welcome. Please give, and we have an empty seat if anyone else wants to come on ordinance 2018-37.
Pepper McFarland, McFarland. I live in Lakewood. My question is, you said majority rule. Is that Like when we elect folks, is that majority of the voters that show up to vote, or is that the majority, does actually that many people from that place have to vote?
I believe I know the answer, but I'll not guess, and I'll ask our our attorney to answer that question.
Yeah, it's the majority of people who cast their votes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Anybody else on 2018-37? Seeing no one coming forward, I'm going to close public hearing. Look for a motion.
Move to adopt. Second.
Wowie zowie. Moved by Mr. Gray?
Lawrence.
No.
Lawrence? Okay, Lawrence got it. And seconded by who?
I definitely said
Mr. Gray. Okay. Any other discussion, debate? Yes, Mr. Cooper.
I was going to ask the same question that Ms. McFarland did, just to make sure that that was clear, that it's the majority of the folks who vote in each of those elections. So if you're living in the proposed annexation area, which I believe that you are, then it's majority of those who show up to the polls in that election.
Okay. Anything else? Anybody else? Mr. Wojcicki.
We received an email, and I think we had at least one testifier who kind of articulated that they were against this because they thought it would be financially detrimental to the host service area, and the numbers we have seems to suggest the opposite. The projected revenue per mile is $6,037 for the proposed new area, and the existing area currently is operating under $4,000 per mile. So that seems to be a pretty healthy, to me anyway, 50% increase per mile. Not overall when it's averaged together, but right of the annexed area, 50% compared to the host area. And then I just wanted to address the concern of all the new buildings in the, I believe it's in the old area that are going up. It sounded like maybe $1 million worth of buildings have gone up that haven't been accounted for yet. Well, the existing taxable assessed value is $78 million. So let's say it was $1 million, that'd be over 1%. But so it's real, it's there, but I don't think it's really critical to our decision making. I think that's small enough that we will, it's not a deciding factor.
Okay. Anybody else have any question or discussion, debate? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Mr. Quist?
Yes.
Mr. Gray?
Yes.
Mr. Tackey?
Yes.
Mr. Cooper?
Yes.
Ms. Major?
Yes.
Mr. Wojcicki?
Yes.
Mr. Lawrence?
Yes.
Ms. Dodge?
Yes. Would anyone like to change their vote? Seeing none,
8-0.
it's approved 8-0. And that's going to take us to Ordinance 2018-38, which is an ordinance altering the boundaries of the Newbie Park service area to include lots 1A through 11A, Enterprise Park, and providing for 2 elections. It's on page 117. Mayor Castle, do you have a staff report?
Mr. Bradley.
Thank you.
Thank you. Newbie Park service area boundary, this is by petition. Newbie Park itself is located off of Dawson Road in the North Pole area. This proposed annexation contains 22 parcels. 3 roads would be brought in with a total of 0.32 miles. The roads were constructed at Title 17 standards. They're gravel roads in fair condition. The projected revenue would increase by $4,562. So the area wanting to be annexed into Newbie Park will have a projected dollars per mile of $14,256. The existing service area has a revenue per mile of $5,261. This is a 2-part election. The receiving, so Newbie Park service area residents would vote, as well as the residents within the area to be brought in would also vote. This concludes my staff report.
Thank you. So let's see, on Ordinance 2018-38, I have one person signed up, Patrick Drove. Thank you. Come forward, and you are, and we'll see if anyone else wants to speak, but please come forward and give us your name, teach me how to say it. And
last name's actually Dawe, D-A-W-E.
Okay, thank you.
First name Patrick, and I'm a resident of the Newbie Park subdivision in the Newbie Park service area.
Thank you.
This is actually third-hand, fourth-hand kind of rumor information that I've been hearing in the last couple of months, was that the Enterprise Loop people wanted to be annexed. They were annexees to be taken over by the annexors. Just figured I'd clarify that. But that they actually had a bit of a problem with drainage across one of their roads, and I wanted to make sure that the planners were looking at that and the potential expenditures. As Ms. Majors commented in discussions about the the garden area there. It's a kind of a pig in the poke situation if you don't know what's out there. And we apparently don't for sure, but the rumors are that it's going to cost us a bundle to work with people's current private property holdings to get an easement, a right-of-way, whatever, to get drainage for this. And we, as an existing service area, don't want to take that on as a large project for a brand-new annexee. And we are hoping that the borough is going to consider that before they present this.
Okay, thank you.
My only comment.
Okay, let's see if there are questions for you. Yes, Mr. Tacky.
I was just wondering if you knew the total budget for your road service area would increase on an annual basis of about 25%. Like the total amount to be used, so like that hurdle or that space after it gets passed, or that when drainage gets fixed, then on a routine basis you'd have more operating space per mile on an annual basis.
I think that's a wonderful thing. I just heard the figures. I'm moderately astounded, but I'm not really familiar with the kind of finances that go forth here. Neither am I a civil engineer, so I don't know how much of that windfall is going to be eaten up in the expense of getting the property ownership figured out and appropriate permits to move that water out.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Yes, Mr. Bradley, do you know anything about drainage in the area?
I don't.
Okay.
I know the commission chair had a concern, but we didn't see it. It sounds like it's a springtime issue. It's something we could certainly look at and provide our advice and recommendations to the commission if this was to pass.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Daw? Seeing none, thank you for coming down and staying with us. Anybody else wish to speak on 2018-38? Please come forward and give us your name, spell your last name, tell us your neighborhood.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Daniel Foster, Foster, and I am in the Enterprise subdivision. And I can answer all of your questions on the drainage. I am also extremely surprised at the disparity in dollars per mile. I'm not surprised that we will be bringing a lot to it. We're half-acre parcels, so we're double the amount of houses for the space as the newbie subdivision. Yes, we have been managing our own road service. Tammy handled it from the day she moved in until the day she moved out, and now it's being handled by a military spouse by the name of Rachel, who is doing a wonderful job, has brought our roads back to drivable. There were some serious pothole problems because it is in the covenants of the neighborhood that you will pay $250 per year to the road service. It has been difficult at best to get everybody to pay. Several of the houses are rentals, all owned by military folks that are overseas. We have, however, are with a re-energized road maintenance supervisor, or if you will, come to prove that. Now, as far as the drainage situation, the first house on the left-hand side when you turn on Liberty Court sits in a low spot. Belongs to, well, you can look up who it belongs to. There is a spot there where the water collects during breakup. If the hard pack is removed, which we have never been able to do, it won't gather there. However, we do not have ditches large enough to accommodate what has been gathering there. It would be about 150 feet of underground graded culvert to the slough behind his house. So in order to permanently fix that. I don't know if he would be amenable to allowing a trencher to run through his yard and drop that in or not. He's a military guy and will probably understand the value. I suspect that most of our subdivision will show up and vote in favor of this. This is actually the third time we have been before you. Second time for newbie.
Okay, oh, okay, with this particular,
Yes.
okay, super. Thank you. Let's see if there are questions for you. I think Mr. Lawrence looks like he's trying to raise his hand.
Mr. Foster, one question for you.
Yes, sir.
You say this is, you all have attempted to annex to a road service area in the past?
Yes, sir.
Was it to Newbie or a different one?
We tried to newbie, and then when that failed, they tried the next one over, but they couldn't get enough people to show, they couldn't get anybody to show up to vote.
So it wasn't so much anybody out of your subdivision? No one voted?
That's correct. We had one person vote from the group that was taking us in, and nobody showed up. This was before I moved into the service area.
Question for staff. If this election goes forward and both groups approve it, when does the annexation actually go into effect?
Roads can start being maintained January 1st.
All right, thank you.
Interesting. Any other questions of Mr. Foster? Yes, Mr. Lejeski has a question for you down here.
I was just curious if your neighbor Rachel did the work to get this before us. I guess it was citizen-based.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Whoops. Yeah, no, okay. Thank you very much. We appreciate you coming down and staying with us and your work on this. Anybody else wish to speak on ordinance 2018-38? Seeing no one coming forward, I'm going to close public hearing, look for a motion.
Second. Moved to, yeah.
Mr. Tacky moved, and Mr. Gray seconded. Is that what Mr. Tacky?
I'd like to make a motion to amend line 32 to insert the word attached between the and before map to read as follows. Shall the boundaries of the Newbie Park service area be altered so that the borough may exercise road maintenance and construction powers within the area indicated on the attached map?
Second.
Moved by Mr. Tacky and seconded by Mr. Gray to add the word attached on line 32 between the words the and map, and it reads as follows. Shall the boundaries of Newbie Park service area be altered so that the borough may exercise road maintenance and construction powers within the area indicated on the attached map? Is there any objection to the proposed amendment? Seeing none, it's approved. And back to, yes, Ms. Major.
I have a question for staff. So this is the third time that this particular area has come forward with a petition for annexation, and you had indicated earlier that, or I guess that there are ways to create new service areas if these continue to fail. So if this annexation fails to pass in an election next month, what's the plan? What would be the next steps for this this group of property owners?
Next steps, off the top of my head, I don't know what the next steps would be. It would be getting with legal to figuring out what our next steps would be, but I don't have an answer for you right now.
One more question. When were the last time, do you know when was it recent when these, the last two elections happened, or how long ago has it been? How long has it been since it's been before at least the different service areas?
5 years ago and 6 years ago.
We'll let the record reflect that it's been
Yeah,
5 years ago and 6
I don't
years ago.
have, I know it hasn't been done recently, so I don't have those numbers.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or discussion? I'm sorry, Mr. Lejeski.
Yes, maybe for legal, if this goes through, what's that mean for those covenants that contracted $250 a year payment?
We won't impact private covenants, so those covenants will continue to exist, and then it would be up to that subdivision whether or not they want to enforce them. I don't read the covenants, so they might be self-dissolving by their own terms. I have no idea. Yeah.
Okay.
We wouldn't infect it.
Anything else? Look, I think we're ready to vote.
As amended.
As amended, thank you.
Ms. Major?
Yes.
Mr. Lejeski?
Yes.
Mr. Tacky?
Yes.
Mr. Gray?
Yes.
Mr. Cooper?
Yes.
Mr. Quist?
Yes.
Mr. Lawrence?
Yes.
Ms. Dodge?
Yes, would anyone like to change their vote? Seeing none,
8-0.
it's adopted 8-0. We wish you well. And that takes us to ordinance 20, not that we didn't wish everybody else well, ordinance 2018-39, an ordinance altering the boundaries of the Fairfield service area to include lots 7 through 17, Moosewood subdivision, and providing for 2 elections. Sponsor is Mayor Castle. It's on page 122. Mayor Castle, do you have a staff report?
One last time, Mr. Bradley.
Thank you. Fairfield service area boundary changes. This is done by petition as well. The service area itself is located off of Brock Road in the North Pole area. The proposed annexation contains 11 parcels. 2 roads would be brought in with a total of 0.13 miles. The roads were constructed to Title 17 standards. They're gravel roads in fair condition. The projected revenue would increase by $643. So the area wanting to be brought in would have a projected dollars per mile revenue of $4,946, and Fairfield's service area has a projected revenue of $6,075 per mile. This is a 2-part election, so the residents within Fairfield service area would vote, as well as the area wanting to be brought into Fairfield service area. This concludes my staff report.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to open public hearing on ordinance 2018-39. I have Mark Thomas signed up. I think maybe he meant a different one. Does anyone else wish to speak on this? Seeing no one coming forward, we'll close public hearing.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Lawrence, seconded most robustly by Mr. Gray. Let's see, Mr. Tacky.
I'd like to move to amend line 33 to insert the word attached between the and before map to read as follows. Shall the boundaries of the Fairfield service area be altered so that the borough may exercise road maintenance and construction powers within the area indicated on the attached map?
Second.
Moved by Mr. Tacky, seconded by Mr. Gray to amend line 33 to insert the word attached between the and before map. Shall the boundaries of the Fairfield service area be altered so that the borough may exercise road maintenance and construction powers within the area indicated on the attached map? Is there any objection to the amendment as proposed? Seeing none, it's adopted. Discussion, debate on the ordinance in front of us? Seeing none, clerk, I think we're ready to call the roll on the ordinance as amended.
Mr. Tacky?
Yes.
Mr. Lojewski?
Yes.
Mr. Cooper?
Yes.
Mr. Quist?
Yes.
Ms. Major?
Yes.
Mr. Gray?
Yes.
Mr. Lawrence?
Yes.
Ms. Dodge?
Yes, would anyone like to change their vote? Seeing none,
8-0.
it's adopted 8-0, and we are going to recess until 7-minute break. Okay, we're going to call our meeting back to order. Thank you, everybody, for doing such a good job of a 7-ish minute break. We needed every one of those, eh? So we are now at ordinance 2018-20-1I, which is an ordinance amending the fiscal year 2018-19 budget by appropriating $1,683,000 from the Solid Waste Disposal Enterprise Operating Fund unrestricted net position to the Solid Waste Disposal Enterprise Projects Fund for Solid Waste Facility Perimeter Maintenance. Sponsor is Mayor Castle. It's on page 127. Mayor Castle, do you have a staff report from a new staff member? Well, not new, just new to the staff box.
New to the staff box this evening, Mr. Bob Jordan, our solid waste facility manager.
Good evening. Last week at the Finance Committee meeting, I had a short PowerPoint which sort of described this project, and that included, and some photos that showed the fencing and gates that needed either repairs or replaced, surveying to determine property corners and property lines, culverts, and then road and ditch reconstruction efforts. This is sort of a long-range project here to correct some deficiencies there that would then provide the fencing and so forth for a number of years looking forward. Last week there were some questions and things, especially regarding the finances and how the ability of solid waste to pay for it. So in your packet tonight you'll see some additional information, which I see some nods of heads saying that you found it. Just to point out And by the way, I worked with the finance department this past week and actually received this statement from them. And if you found it there, it's a comparative statement of net position for Fund 46, or the operating fund for solid waste. Let's give you a moment there. And some of the questions or the answers to questions that were asked last week are highlighted. Hopefully those appeared in your copies. One of the questions that was asked was, what was the cash balance of solid waste? And you can see there's an audited number from FY 2017 of about $18 million. And then you can see in 2018, or a year later, it's about 21 million, almost 22 million. And then I think with additional information, question number 2 is the cash balance just a few weeks ago on 9/30/2018 of about 23 million. And you can sort of, as you look at that financial statement, you can see that the cash balance is almost half of the overall asset balance of that balance sheet, or that statement of net position. And the other question that was asked was what was the net position of solid waste, and that's on the second page of that financial statement, towards the bottom there. And for 2017, it's about 2 million, and for 2018, it's about 5 million. The other thing else I wanted to point out is, on an annual basis, the enterprise fund, the solid waste fund, generates revenue. This year, for example, it's projected to generate about 11.6 million in revenue, which just under 10 million is actually was appropriated in the budget cycle this past springtime, which leaves a leftover amount of about 1.8 million for this year. And that's the money that's left over for projects and purchases and expenditures such as this one here tonight. And just in comparison, last year we had about 2.1 or 2.2 million left over from the annual budget process as well. So this is the accumulated funds that is used for projects such as this. Otherwise, there were some other questions regarding what were the at least in the near future, what other projects are anticipated to be occurring, and that's in question number 4, or answer number 4. And that would include a potential new construction and demolition disposal area, potentially buying a larger baler for the central recycling facility, and finally, just some equipment purchases, as you all know, is the next ordinance following this one. So. And then also I provided some additional information about surveying and the importance of that. We're looking into developing the area north of the expansion area. It's be cell 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. And I'd like to know exactly where our property line is before I start setting or determining exactly where that landfill construction can begin. We have some setback requirements. And I don't want to build too close to the property line, but I also don't want to build too far away from the property line. Because, as you all well know, space is crucial out there, and that space is used to generate revenue through tipping fees as the waste stream is coming in through the gates there. So with that, I'll just ask if there's any other questions that you may have tonight.
Well, actually, we'll move to public hearing first. So I'm going to open public hearing on 2018-20-1I. I have no one signed up. Is there anyone that wishes to speak on this? Ms. Mullis? I don't know.
Carrie Mullis, M-U-L-L-I-S, Muskox Farm, near them. Not at them, but near them. So this is the one with the compactor and the rebuild of the bulldozer, correct?
No.
No, this
Nope.
isn't?
Nope.
This is the...
Solid
the
Waste
next.
Disposal Enterprise Project Fund for Solid Waste Perimeter Maintenance.
Oh, for fixing the fences and
That's
things.
correct.
Okay, so I do want to speak about this. Normally, I'm really against y'all spending any money, but if I could take back all the money that y'all have spent this year and put it towards this would be the right thing to do. This poor guy has got fencing coming up, but the thing is that when you deal with permafrost and you try to reset a fence in permafrost, it's going to pop up like a little popsicle, which is what he's dealing with. And I do believe that, the deferred maintenance on this property is appalling. I think when you look at all the things that y'all have been working on, this in particular is just a really good example of the red-headed stepchild that got pushed into the corner. Oh, wait, no, the closets that they're living in is where they're pushed off to. And this is one of the things that needs to be repaired. It needs to be taken care of and fixed. I mean, it just needs to be done. But maybe not this year, maybe next year or the year after. And in groups, doing it a little bit at a time. That's how I feel.
Okay, let's see if there are any questions for you. Seeing none, thank you for coming down. We appreciate that.
Great, thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak on 2018-20-1I? Seeing no one coming forward, I'm going to close public hearing.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Tackey. Oh, Mr. Gregg. Okay, discussion, debate. Yes, Mr. Lejeski.
Got some questions about the balance sheet. So first of all, I do want to say, though, that you provided it, or I guess I want to thank you for providing it. And I know it could be, if I could be slightly frustrated if I were in your shoes, because it's like you provided some answers, and now it's like I got more questions because of them. And so I understand if you feel any
If I can
frustration.
answer them, I will.
Okay, so I guess the first question is our cash position. Does that tend to be going up by about $3.5 million per year? Has that been kind of a trend?
I didn't look back, or obviously I can't look forward, but as you can see from the year to 3 months or so, it has increased each of those time periods.
Okay, and then I noticed that's probably the driving factor, the increase in the net position, which is now almost 5.3 million as the most recent.
That was exactly a comment that Debbie Brady made the other day.
Oh, okay.
So.
And then I guess another question, this is more curiosity, your work in progress dropped from 3 to 1.8, so I'm assuming you finished some things, so I was just wondering what that was. Must have completed some projects to the tune of at least 1.3 million or so.
I'm looking to see where you're at here.
I'm on...
Right above capital assets.
Oh, there it is, okay.
Yeah, we're on the asset, not the liability side, and the construction work in progress, which is towards the middle of the page. Went from 3.2 million to 1.8 million.
Can't say for sure, but I suspect this is the completion of the HEL building. Okay. Wait, sorry, the heavy equipment operation building. I use acronyms, and I apologize for that. So.
And then I think I got permission to ask one more question here. So the accumulated depreciation, I'm just looking at this, and I'm going to ask if maybe I'm interpreting it right. I'm assuming that's coming out of the buildings, improvements other than buildings, and equipment.
I think I'm going to not answer that question without letting finance answer those specific detailed questions. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Tackey.
My question, it's also along the same lines, given the fact that we got a balance sheet, and I have a question associated with it. Because obviously, on our liability side, we have the landfill closure and post-closure care, which is like our long-term reclamation. And I'm wondering if the reason that we are building up our cash balance, if that is actually the offsetting sinking fund that will eventually be utilized to do the closure. I guess this will be another question for Ms. Brady. I suppose if there was another actual sinking fund designated for this that's not inside your enterprise fund's cash position.
There is not another sinking fund specifically to cover the landfill closure and post-closure cost care. What finance does is use a financial test to ensure that the borough has the ability to cover that if necessary on a short-term extreme basis, emergency basis. Meaning if for some reason we had to close the landfill down today, would the borough have the financial ability to do so? And there's some financial tests that they can use to determine or to answer that question.
And I guess then a portion of that test would be associated with your cash position. And the reason they have, $18 million one year and 21 the next, and it doesn't raise any major concerns.
Sort of separate items there. I think I mentioned or already spoke about the financial test that finance uses. The cash is just what's been accumulating each year, and the leftover funding from an annual basis that I mentioned earlier.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, Mr. Lajewski.
This might be for Ms. Brady, but with the cash there, is that indeed cash and like very short-term cash like securities? Because what I'm thinking in my head is if we know the projected date-ish, within a decade or so of the closure of the landfill, would it make sense to have some of that invested in long-term bonds where the maturity matches up with the planned closure of the landfill sort of thing?
I think you're getting into a question that probably she should answer, maybe our Treasury Budget Manager should answer. This does represent cash in the bank or equity in central treasury here. But you're asking a question on financial, more of an investment type of question here, and that's not something they do handle.
But all of our central treasury is invested.
That's a good point, yeah.
Yeah, it's not sitting in cash in a bank account. It's all invested.
Any other questions? Seeing none, clerk, it appears we're ready to vote.
Mr. Cooper?
Yes.
Mr. Quist?
Yes.
Mr. Lajewski?
Yes.
Mr. Tackey?
Yes.
Mr. Gray?
Yes.
Ms. Major?
Yes.
Mr. Lawrence?
Yes.
Ms. Dodge?
Yes, would anyone like to change their vote? Seeing none,
0.
it's approved 8-0. And that takes us to ordinance 2018-20-1J, which is an ordinance amending the fiscal year 2018-19 budget by appropriating $1,570,000 from the Solid Waste Disposal Enterprise Operating Fund unrestricted net position to the Solid Waste Disposal Enterprise Projects Fund for the replacement or rebuild of heavy equipment. Sponsor is Mayor Castle. It's on page 133. Mayor Castle, do you have a staff report?
Certainly. Back to Mr. Jordan.
Okay, so last week I also gave a short staff report on this proposed ordinance, which just sort of described the plan to rebuild 2 pieces of equipment and to require the funding to replace the 3rd piece of equipment in the near future. There's some additional information in your packet as well on that. It's question number 6 and question number 7. I guess I'm not going to go over with it, and since I anticipate you probably read it yourself, but if you have some additional questions on something, I can, or will, or attempt to answer those.
That conclude your staff report then?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to open public hearing on 2018-20-1J, which is an ordinance amending the fiscal year 2018-19 budget by appropriating $1,570,000 from Solid Waste Disposal Enterprise Operating Fund, unrestricted net position to the Solid Waste Disposal Enterprise Projects Fund for the replacement of or rebuild of heavy equipment, and I have Ms. Mullis signed up. And I don't have anyone else, so if anyone else wishes to speak on this, this would be a good time to come forward. Ms. Mullis, welcome back. Please give us your name, spell your last name, tell us your neighborhood.
Carrie Mullis, Mullis, near the Muskox. So, although I was supportive of the previous one, this one I have, although this young man seems to be way better at coming to the Finance Committee meetings and telling y'all options, as opposed to his director, Mr. Sloan, who does not, he comes in and brings valid ideas on how to save money. So I do like this young man. But the thing is that I continually see Public Works stuffing money away, and I do understand that this comes from a different fund. But again, Public Works, again, is stuffing money away, and I just go back to that audio where all I heard was the only director that's going to be happy is the Public Works director, and I want to know why all this money is going away into the Public Works this whole year, and I don't see any proof that this work is being done. I don't. Why do I not believe it? Because y'all haven't been showing good faith in that. So I don't, until you guys stop this hemorrhage of money that continues to go out, I really don't think you guys should keep doing this. I mean, I believe that he probably does need some equipment to be rebuilt. I understand that. We have equipment on our farm. But, and I think this young man is into saving money, which I really do like. But I just don't believe that all the money that y'all are appropriating over there to Public Works is truly going for that. I really think someone told me there was a slush fund. One day I will find it. It is here somewhere, hiding in this place. But Public Works has been spiraling money over into their account for all summer and now into the winter. So I'm just questioning, are we really doing the things with this money that we say we're doing? I don't see it. I'd like to see some proof. If anybody wants to prove me wrong and give me some information without charging me for a freedom of information thing. I was told I could call and get information, but I don't think that's the case. I don't believe it. The transparency is just not here. And I want to see it. It's not y'all's money. It's the taxpayers' money. The people that are sitting behind me, their blood, their sweat, their tears, their money, and y'all are spending it. And so, that's all I got to say.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Mullis. Let's see if there are questions for you. Mr. Quist has a question for you.
Through your testimony, you said that there's work that has been funded but isn't being done.
There's some things that, like the fueling stations, I know that that's not supposed to be till next year, but I think that's why nobody's talking about giving that money back, is because the money's already been spent. And I believe a lot of it is for lack of a better word, a cash grab. We're appropriating money back and forth, and I think maybe that money's not going where it's supposed to be going. And that's, I mean, you can convolute a QuickBooks account pretty easily. even I could if I needed to. But I just don't know that the work that's being done that's being appropriated is being done. I don't know that y'all are getting the best price, the best bang for your buck. I'll go back to the Noel Ween Library, where y'all wanted to put in $700 worth of windows. And Aaron asked, why can't we put in a roof? Well, gee, because Mr. Sloan's words, if y'all go back to the audio, which I do, I enjoy it with a cup of coffee every morning, is he said, I didn't get a price on that. Well, why would he? Because he wants to get windows. So I'm just saying, you're not being judicious with the money. Again, I'm just saying that. I know that he probably needs some help with his equipment.
So, Mr. Quist,
yeah, I have a technical question for the staff.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, is there a slush fund that I'm not aware of?
I'm certainly not aware of one. We have a great finance department with repeated awards for excellence, and we track every penny, and we know where it is. If somebody is hoodwinking myself and the chief financial officer and the chief of staff who's checking into these things regularly, well, I would just be awfully surprised. I can't imagine that we could have that.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Lejeski has a question.
Oh, I just want, well, I have a question. This isn't meant facetiously, and so I guess...
No, it's okay.
There's
Ask.
different ways of defining slush fund, so I know what you mean. But if you do find one, especially if you think I'm not aware of it, please let me know.
Okay. And, well, can I just make one statement?
No, actually.
I guess, would you let me know? Yeah, that's a
I
question.
would let you know.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Okay. I do have some money that I tell you about.
Mr. Lejeski.
I'll tell him.
Okay. Thank you very much. Anyone else wish to speak on ordinance 2018-20-1J? Seeing no one coming forward, I'm going to close the public hearing. Look for a motion.
Move to adopt. Second.
Moved by Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Gray. Discussion, debate. They're all worn out. Mr. Lejeski.
So I forgot the exact dates of all those sorts of expenditures that we have in here, the three items. if the new mayor decides that disagrees with you and says it's frivolous spending or whatever, and just in terms of timing, maybe this is more of a legal thing, could we halt the authorization, or is it kind of a done deal?
You can always reappropriate the money before it's restricted externally, like through a contract or something. These contracts are large enough that they'll come back to you for approval. But the new mayor could administratively, I suppose, tell Mr. Jordan not to go out with the procurement. I mean, that's always a possibility.
Okay, thank you.
Any other? Yes, Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Jordan, one of these items that we're appropriating money for is a small bulldozer replacement. If we were to not appropriate that money, is it possible that that small bulldozer won't have to be replaced?
No, it would not. I have a equipment replacement schedule which goes out to about 2031, which includes my best projections as to when I would need to replace the equipment, meaning when it reaches a sufficient number of hours where it needs to be replaced or rebuilt. And I have some estimated cost. The next year, or sorry, this year is a compactor replacement, hence is why you have the rebuild proposal in this ordinance. And then looking ahead to FY20 is the small bulldozer replacement.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Wojcicki.
One other question. I should have asked this on the last one. It didn't occur to me, but you know, about $1.5, $1.6 million a piece, and we have what, I forget, 22 million, whatever it is, in the so-called cash account. Is that stuff like, I know it's current, which says it's less than a year, but are we talking? We have $3 million of really similar to cash-like stuff, or are we going to have to be selling some other sort of investment to fund that? You know, I'm just looking for liquidity sort of question and answer here.
I think the mayor touched upon himself with all the cash the borough's invested in. I'm assuming or aware, or assuming that, you know, our treasury budget manager always keeps sufficient cash liquid enough for various expenditures of the borough, including such as this.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Mr. Cooper.
I was just wanted to comment that, you know, I recognize the numbers are requested in the appropriation from the enterprise fund in this ordinance. The preceding ordinance are large, but really when you look at the size of this enterprise fund and what it's doing, you know, the landfill is a asset of the borough that everybody uses, and it's something that we have to do right. And I commend Mr. Jordan for looking at rebuilding items instead of buying all new items. I mean, he explained that during the work session last week, that the price differential between rebuilding a compactor and buying a new one is fairly substantial. So this isn't an area where we can't have the compactors out compacting and the bulldozers pushing the garbage around in the landfill, because if we don't do that, if we don't have the equipment, then we quickly get into trouble. So I know the numbers are big, but I think it's something that we have to do.
Anyone else? Mr. Mayor.
Just to clarify on, you know, money management, that's something our finance department tracks. We look at ordinances as they're coming and going. We're the central treasury for the school district too, and tracking to make sure we have adequate cash flow going forward and investing the rest. So we're constantly moving money from different positions to maximize the return. We do timing on bond sales the same way. We look at projects. We don't sell a bond package all at one time necessarily. We step it in as projects mature, all of the time trying to manage our money to get the greatest possible return off of it. And that's task of the finance department. They do an awful good job of it too, by the way.
Anything else? Seeing none, looks like we're ready to vote, clerk.
Mr. Wojcicki.
Yes.
Miss Major.
Yes.
Mr. Gray.
Yes.
Mr. Tackey.
Yes.
Mr. Quist.
Yes.
Mr. Cooper.
Yes.
Mr. Lawrence.
Yes.
Miss Dodge.
Yes. Would anyone like to change their vote? Seeing none?
8-0.
It's approved 8-0. And that takes us to ordinance 2018-09, 2017-20-2G, an ordinance amending the fiscal year 2017-18 budget by appropriating $2,982.46 in state grant funding to the general fund for the purchase of technology equipment for the Fairbanks North Star Borough Public Libraries. Sponsor is Mayor Castle and is on page 139. Mayor Castle, do you have a staff report?
We do, from our library director, Melissa Harder.
Good evening, how are you? So in April of 2018, the State Library found that they had a few extra funds in the OWL program that they have. It's termed Online with Libraries. They offered that to all the libraries in the state. We applied for a grant and were awarded $2,982.46 for technology, some pieces of technology for the library.
Very good, thank you. So I'm going to open public hearing on 2017-20-2G, and I have Ms. Mullis signed up. Okay. Anyone else wish to speak on this? Seeing no one coming forward, I'm going to close public hearing.
Move to adopt.
Okay, who's going to take it? Okay, Mr. Techie won. I need a timestamp here.
Second.
Second, Mr.
take
Gray. Okay. Discussion debate on this ordinance 2018-20-2G. Mr. Lejewski.
So I'll vote yes. But one thing that comes to mind when we do things like this, it's not a big deal now because it's a small figure, is where's the money going to come from to replace this stuff when it eventually wears out in the future? Is that going to increase future budgets? I know we're talking about, insignificant amounts here, but anyway, I just thought I'd voice that thought. And that applies to everything else in general.
Okay. Anybody else have any discussion, debate, or generalized comments? Mr. Lawrence.
I have a question for Ms. Harder. This equipment has already been purchased with the money from the state. So the purpose of this ordinance is just to accept that money and account for it and put it into the general fund. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anything else? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Mr. Tackey?
Yes.
Mr. Lejewski?
Yes.
Mr. Cooper?
Yes.
Mr. Quist?
Yes.
Ms. Major?
Yes.
Mr. Gray?
Yes.
Mr. Lawrence?
Yes.
Ms. Dodge?
Yes, would anyone like to change their vote? Seeing none?
8-0.
It's approved 8-0. And that takes us to ordinance 2018-20-1L, an ordinance amending the fiscal year 2018-19 budget by appropriating $22,691 from Birch Hill Service Area and $31,596 from Chena Spur Service Area Fund balance to the Capital Projects Fund for the required match of FMATS or for FMATS Improvement Program Surface Upgrades Project. Sponsors Mayor Castle, and it's on page 144. Mayor Castle, do you have a staff report?
From a familiar face, Mr. Michael Bradley from Rural Services.
Thank you. Through a borough nomination, the Fairbanks Metropolitan Area Transportation System, also known as FMATS, selected Elementary Drive within the Birch Hill service area and Hans Way that's within the Chena Spur service area for an asphalt surface replacement. Elementary Drive is located off of Chena Hot Springs Road and is the main access for Weller Elementary School. The engineer's estimate for the project is $218,507 and requires a match of $22,691, and that includes a 15% contingency. Hans Way is located off of Heather Drive, which is at the far southwest end of Chena Ridge and Chena Pump Road. The engineer's estimate for this portion of the project is $304,262 and requires a match of $31,596, which also includes a 15% contingency. The projects will be designed and managed by the Alaska Department of Transportation with an estimated construction time of summer of 2019. That concludes my staff report.
Okey-doke. I'm going to open public hearing on 2018-20-1L. I don't have anyone signed up. I don't see anyone coming forward, so I'm going to close public hearing. Look for a motion.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Lawrence and seconded by Mr. Tackey. Mr. Gray didn't even try. Is there a discussion or debate on this? Seeing none, clerk, looks like we're ready to vote.
Mr. Gray?
Sure, yes.
Mr. Tackey?
Yes.
Ms. Major?
Yes.
Mr. Quist?
Yes.
Mr. Wojcicki?
Yes.
Mr. Cooper?
Yes.
Mr. Lawrence?
Yes.
Ms. Dodge?
Yes, would anyone like to change their vote? Seeing none?
8-0.
It's adopted 8-0. And that's going to take us to 2018-20-1M, which is an ordinance amending the fiscal year 2018-19 budget. Oops. Let's move to 2018-20-1M. An ordinance amending the fiscal year 2018-19 budget by appropriating $1,600,000 from the general fund balance to the multi-year general sub-fund and/or the capital projects fund for the purchase and implementation of a facility asset maintenance management system. That's a facility asset management system, and employ 4 term perm full-time equivalent employee positions authorized as necessary for implementation. Sponsor is Mayor Castle. It's on page 150. Mayor Castle, do you have a staff report?
Yeah, we want Mr. Dan Sloan, our Public Works Director, for that report.
Thank you. This is an ordinance appropriating $1,600,000 from the general fund to purchase and implement an asset management system over the next 2 years. The borough owns over $1 billion worth of assets, including 100 borough buildings, 47 parks, playgrounds, and ball fields, and 10 fire stations, 30 schools, and almost 500 miles of road. An asset management system will improve how the borough plans, tracks, and budgets for maintenance and capital expenditures on these important community assets. So I'll go over to the plan program, starting with the budget. Of the $1.6 million total project cost, the first part is about $790,000 for the asset management software, data collection, preventative and predictive maintenance model development, annual software license, and the equipment. The second part, which is shown on the spreadsheet, is about $763,000 for the 4 perm term employee positions, and those are Public Works Level 4 engineer, Public Works Level 9 technician, a computer services analyst and programmer, and a financial services Level 13 accounting technician. And I provided you a handout last week with a lot more details on what exactly each one of those positions does. But just to clarify, as it came up last week, the duration of each of these positions, the Public Works Level 4 engineer, the Level 9 technician, and the computer services analyst programmer are all 2-year perm term positions, with only the Public Works Level 4 engineer expected to be a full-time permanent position after that. The Financial Services Level 13 accountant technician is a 6-month perm term position. And so breaking down into the 2-year implementation timeline, we're looking at about the first 6 months of filling the employee positions, developing the request for proposal, and completing the Title 16 competitive bidding process. The second 6 months moves into selection of the actual software vendor, initial software setup, and starting the data collection process. And then starting into the second year, finishes the data collection and develops some models for data input into the system and integration with the existing borough computer systems. And the last 6 months includes verifying the data, testing the preventative and predictive maintenance models, final integration with existing systems, testing and report generation, and training the users on how to operate the system. So that's kind of an overview of the program, and at this point I'll turn it over to the mayor if he has any additional comments.
I think we're good for now.
Thank you. So I'm going to open public hearing on 2018-20-1M. I have Ms. Mullis signed up, and I have no one else signed up. Looks like Ms. Wilson wishes to speak.
Tammy Wilson, W-I-L-S-O-N, live in the Batcher area. I just had a couple of questions, and I'm sorry, this hit me. I didn't know I was going to be here this late. Oh, by the way, a question we had earlier, where does the money come from the state? Constitutional Budget Reserve or the Earnings Reserve is where that money came from. Probably not the best use of it. But this 1.6, is this a 2-year, I hear the 2-year plan, but it sounds like the program's going to continue to be used after that 2 years. And so what is the maintenance cost of the software to continue doing that? Will this also show the borough that maybe they own too many buildings, or what the upkeep will be if they decide to, or I know some of our schools are half full, and we'll have that kind of determination. I guess I'm just trying to figure out exactly what you anticipate getting out of it. And of these 4 positions, if they're not going to be kept after the 2 years, is that going to negatively affect your PERS contribution? Because I know it becomes an issue when you hire new people, and then you don't have them any longer, and you're still obligated to pay. So just kind of curious on this one, where is the money coming from? Thank you.
Thank you. I think that at least one of those is a technical question we can ask, and that is the maintenance cost of the software.
Right now, it's estimated at $75,000 per year.
But until it's selected, you don't really know.
Correct.
And I presume that it will reveal information on buildings. That's why we're doing it.
Yes, it will.
Thank you. And PERS, TERS, do term perm positions incur?
No, we wouldn't have termination cost on those.
Thank you. Okay.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see if there are any questions for you, Ms. Wilson. Any other? No? Thank you very much. We have an empty seat if someone wishes to speak. Ms. Mullis, welcome back. Please give us your name, spell your last name.
Carrie Mullis, M-U-L-L-I-S, and near the Muskox.
Thank you.
So, how do I phrase this? First off, if you can't manage the buildings now, adding $1,600,000 program to the issue is not going to make it better. I think that the problem, I know you can shake your head there, but I think that the problem is that now that you've been caught kind of with the fueling stations, you're going, oh, we can't keep track of our assets. The payroll is huge. It's 1/3 of the budget, not including PERS, TERS, all the other great things that go with it. If you're paying these employees this much, there should be a better way to figure out the maintenance on these buildings. Second of all, when we're told that the half of the cold weather emergency gear is stored in this building, causing the floors to sag, I'm concerned. I'm just concerned at how this has become such a disaster. Are you too large? Thank you. Are y'all trying to grow bigger? I don't get it, but this program, although it may be beneficial in the long run, we don't have the money to spend it. You need to get out of we have a lot of building business because we're not doing it well. And it's just more money. More money, more money, more money. The more money you spend is not making it better. You're causing your floors to sag. You're causing people to be in closets that are professionals. Mayor Castle, we said that just at the last meeting. There's got to be some way to reel this in a little bit and come up with better plans. If the people that are employed right now currently can't help figure out which roofs haven't been touched in 10 years, get a different employee. Get rid of the union, find a different employee, make a change. Do something that's proactive instead of throwing more money down this proverbial well. It's just not going to work. You just keep spending again.
Thank you, Ms. Mullis. Let's see if there are questions for you. Mr. Quist has a question.
Thank you. Do I understand your testimony correctly that even if this measure were beneficial or did have savings for the borough, that you would still be opposed to it?
What I said was, I'm sure sooner or later it would be beneficial at some point in time, but right now, you need to stop the hemorrhaging. Until you stop the hemorrhaging and you stop putting more and more money on the taxpayers. We've already told you we don't like it. We'll keep saying it until y'all listen and get it. Stop spending the money. Come up with a different plan right now. And then when y'all show us that you can do things properly, without throwing tons of money at it, then we'll consider allowing them to purchase this program.
If I could, what do you think is an appropriate amount of money for an organization with more than $1 billion in assets?
Better employees.
Okay, so I mean, I'm going to try to ask a question, but maybe I won't if you don't want me to finish it. Thank you.
Okay.
I like it when you get mad.
Any other questions for Ms. Mullis? Seeing none, thank you very much. We appreciate you coming down. And we'll have an empty seat if anyone else wishes to speak on Ordinance 2018-20-1M. Welcome. Please give us your name, spell your last name, and tell us your
Good
neighborhood.
evening. My name's Nathan Smoot. That's S-M-O-O-T, and I'm coming down here from Chattanooga.
Welcome.
Thank you. I'd like to start off by thanking each of you for the time that you put into this. I've considered trying to get on the assembly several times, and to be honest with you, I've not been willing to sacrifice the time, and you have. And so thank you. I appreciate it. A little bit of my past. I was previously the director of IT for Guardian Flight. I was within state IT director, the administrator for the SharePoint environment for DEC for a handful of years. And so I understand IT, I understand the benefit of software in an organization. Now I own my own business, and I try to bring my experience to bear for other companies within our borough and the state. And it's a little unsettling sitting back there and listening to what this is going to be used for, only in the sense that this is the first time that I've ever heard somebody propose the purchase of a software environment of this magnitude with the benefit that it should have, coupled with the increase of employees. As director of IT for Guardian Flight, I tell you, if I ever brought a software package to the other directors and the owner, and it did not reduce costs, then I would have probably been laughed out of the room or given an opportunity to excel in another environment. So I'm kind of surprised that there are not employees currently within the borough that have the expertise and can lend a little bit of their time to provide the functions of researching this information out if the software is in fact purchased. Now, I'm not directing that towards the necessity of an engineer. I've yet to ever understand engineers, so I'm not going to try to here. So I guess that's all I've got to say. Software should make everybody more productive. IT should always make people and environments more productive. It's not overhead. Lights are overhead. Lights don't do anything but give us the ability to see what we're doing. But your infrastructure technology, that computer software and the technology around it should make everybody around it more productive.
Thank you, Mr. Smoot. Let's see if there are questions for you. Oh, Ms. Major has a question.
So first, I want to agree with your comment about engineers. I spend a lot of time with them, and oftentimes I don't always understand what they're saying. But I do. So, in your experience working with IT and working with systems, if when employing a new system deploying a new system into a company that requires a lot of sort of upfront data entry, how have you seen that done in the past?
So I've seen it done a couple of different ways. In the private sector, I have seen it be bundled into the cost of the procurement if the staff wasn't available, such as maybe a moving towards electronic records for a hospital. That could be part of the initial contract. then you're not taking on it. Now, I understand that these are non-perm employees, and so the retirement and all that kind of stuff isn't part of the discussion, but your private sector does tend to look at things a lot different than government. Now, when I was at the state of Alaska, the way that we handled it was with interns. And interns are inexpensive on the bottom line. Now, state of Alaska, we paid the interns well, but they didn't get any benefits. I don't know how the borough handles that, but there's lots of college-age young people that would love for the opportunity to work in this environment with no benefits and gain some expertise and sit there, and I bet that they can probably type really well.
Any other questions for Mr. Smoot? Seeing none, thank you. We appreciate you coming
Thank
down.
you.
Anyone else wish to speak on ordinance 2018-20-1M? Now's the time to come forward. Mr. Tuck, welcome.
Hello, Sam Tuck, TUCK, Chino Point. I look like I'm going to be the one in the minority. I would urge you to approve this ordinance. Very familiar with the operation of the asset management programs. I'm shocked it hasn't been put in place before now, really. As to the other speaker, he's correct. Yes, you could get a lot of kids probably involved in data input, but it's a little more involved than that. You really need someone that's trained in that field, or at least understands what they're putting in, because what's good in is good out. If it's bad in, it's useless. That number does not shock me really at all. But I would encourage it, because you cannot, no way you can track the amount of assets you have on spreadsheets. Can't be done. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Tuck. Let's see if there are questions. Seeing none, thank you. We appreciate. Whoa, I'm wrong. Mr. Lejeski has a question for you.
What do you think about the funding source for this one?
I'm going to defer that to you. I don't know. I just know that you do need this asset management program. Really, you cannot do it on spreadsheets. Now, the downside to that is you're looking at probably realistically, yes, 24 months to get it in place. So Mr. Sloan is going to have a lot on his plate along with you to try to figure out these maintenance issues for the next 24 months, because that program's not going to do you any good. But once it's in place, it will smooth out these emergencies that pop up. I mean, it will help a lot. It will not predict each one, but it will eliminate a large number of them. So you will know what the service life is on each facility, each item in the facility. But as far as funding, I'm going to leave that up to you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Tuck? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Tuck. We appreciate it. I have an empty seat. Mr. Dowdy, welcome. Please give us your name. Tell us your...
Asa Dowdy, D-O-W-D-Y, live in Steel Creek area. We just had an election, and the people pretty well spoke of what they want to see the borough spending money. They don't. I'm not arguing the merit of this system. We've got to have a better one than we have now. We're tearing down buildings that's part of tourism, and we've been tutoring tourism for years. And here we are taking buildings out. That helps us. Now, how do we pay for it? We cut other parts of the government. It's not simple. But we've got a new mayor coming in. Maybe he better have a look at this with a new assembly. They will be guiding us for a few years. We don't have to do it today. We've not done it in the last 10 years or 20 years. It may need done, but let a new administration and assembly tackle the problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dowdy. Let's see if there are questions for you. Mr. Lawrence has a question for you.
Mr. Dowdy, if this purchase is made, whether it's by this assembly or the next, what parts of government should be cut to pay for it?
The Sustainability Committee, The recycling center, they can be cut. They're not making you 1 penny that I know of. I haven't seen it. Some of the maintenance on these trails and stuff could be done by volunteer work. They don't have any trouble getting volunteers to go out and help them. I went out once. I don't use them, but I wanted to see what it was. I appreciate the ones that went out and helped them. And there were new people there. They were delighted to be able to help in the borough and meet people. There's others. We have flowers all over this town. The community used to do this asset to the community, and they were happy to do it. The borough couldn't allow them to do it anymore because they wanted to do it. And that's the way I look at it. I remember when it happened. It wasn't because of lack of volunteers to do it. It was because the borough wanted to take it over. That was my assessment at the time, and it sticks. There's many areas like this that can be cut. We have trucks and people going out there and attending these flowers when volunteers could do it. That's a big one. They used to have the hearts at the south end of town and out by the airport filled with flowers. Now they're filled with rocks. And we're paying people when we didn't used to. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for coming down, Mr. Dowdy. Seeing no one else coming forward on this, I'm going to close public hearing. Look for a motion. Who's going to?
Move to adopt.
Second.
So it's moved by Mr. Lawrence and second by Ms. Major. Assembly, yes, Ms. Major.
So I would just like to say that I have experience with very similar software in my professional work. So I absolutely understand the benefits and the power that this type of system has, and I also understand the manpower that's required to sustain it. I think for all of the challenges that the Assembly has in terms of prioritizing capital projects, prioritizing significant maintenance, this system should be bringing us the data and the information that will help with the prioritization process and really provide that strong input to our long-range plans, our long-term plans for facilities, for infrastructure, and ultimately it would provide incredible data to sort of a longer range plan for infrastructure. And I'll be supporting this ordinance. I too am surprised that we didn't have some sort of system in place much sooner, and I think perhaps maybe on some back end there could be some public facing part of this, or an extrapolation of the data from the system to even help inform the public a little bit more about where our facilities are and what it takes in terms of maintenance and repair to just sustain the facilities that we have. So I'm really happy to see that this ordinance is brought forward and have that information available for us in the future.
Anyone else on? Mr. Cooper, I'm sorry, I had you down.
So I guess I was going to ask Mr. Sloan, what's the bang for the buck on this? Is this something that is going to save the borough money in the long run by being able to have a better handle on its assets and know what they are? I mean, is this just going to be a catalog of what we've got?
Well, both, and it helps on prioritization as far as where should we put the money that we do, and especially now the limited money that we do have. So yeah, it definitely helps us prioritize where that money should go.
How does it do that, I guess? I'm just trying. I don't know much about asset management.
By giving
Unlike
us-
Ms. Major, I have no experience with asset management.
Yeah, by actually giving us a picture of what are all the issues and, what is the demand on the borough right now. Right now we have many spreadsheets that we can tell you we think we probably have 7 roofs, but, it may be 10, it may be 12, it may be 15. And what this helps us do is prioritize, and if the data gets updated as it should, then a roof has a 30-year lifespan, but if it's been maintained well, it hasn't had leaks, all of a sudden now it has a 35-year lifespan or a 40-year lifespan, so that doesn't become, it goes down further on the priority list and something else can get done. So it definitely helps on the prioritization.
Does it kind of help with like facility or asset utilization too? Like, you say you've got all this data in there and then you're looking at the whatever report it spits out and you say, oh, we don't need this piece of equipment or this building, or, I mean, does it have that kind of functionality?
It does, in the fact that we can actually track costs associated with assets. Then a good example that came up recently was the sauna at Mary Si. And so we went back and unfortunately, because our systems don't track down to the component level, it's very difficult to do, and I'm sure we missed some, but just in the last 2 years, the data we could pull is we spent $17,000 on that sauna, and I'm sure going back farther there's more, but it's not easy for us to pull it. But it helps you make decisions on, should we continue to repair this sauna, or should it just be replaced, or is the fact that water keeps getting dumped on it and it keeps breaking, we should have a steam bath instead of a sauna. You can actually make decisions based on where the money is being spent.
Thanks.
Any other discussion, debate? Mr. Lajewski and Mr. Tacky. I'm sorry, Mr. Tacky, I had you down already.
Mine is along the same lines of the questioning as Mr. Smoot had brought up, actually, regarding the fact that we're like adding a long-term cost of another employee to manage this software versus like software saving you money. So I was wondering how much less workload, or is there any other individual in Public Works that you think would go away that doesn't have to sit there and maintain assets now, that is already doing that kind of a maintenance level?
No, I think, and that's what we're seeing as the issue, is that there is no consistency and there's no overall management of all of the assets. Some are getting managed in Public Works, some are getting managed in Parks and Rec, some in Rural Services. They're all over, and so, yeah, no, that manpower does need to be there.
Okay, and you don't see any savings in the future from this then? It's
I
just
don't,
a
no.
long-term cost. Okay.
No.
And then a couple other questions then regarding your preliminary budget. Wondering why you had 25 iPads, what the use of all those were. I mean, it's a very small cost, but that's one question regarding the little preliminary budget we have here. And then on the second line where it says data collection, preventative and predictive maintenance model development, being anywhere from $400,000 to $500,000, I was wondering how much of the individuals below, like the accounting technician and computer service analyst, and also your lower level Public Works technician who would be doing that data entry, that might be a double counted amount.
Okay, so the first question was on the iPads? Yeah. So the question was, why are there 25?
Yep.
So initially it'd be for data input, but then as we go forward, as we maintain our data, we have over 20 mechanics, and as they do maintenance on this equipment, then they can update it within the system, and then it's real time, and things that happen to the equipment actually gets tracked. So they would be using that as, and right now they use an iPhone, but this would just be a different system. And then on the data collection and the preventative maintenance model, I mean, there's some overlap. However, the majority of it is the data has to get collected, and then once it's collected, it has to get put into the system. So they're two separate systems, or two separate items, and the models for each one of those have to be built and input correctly with the data that was collected. So yes, there is somebody in the field, but there's also somebody putting the data into the system.
Okay, so I guess then what is inside that data collection, preventative, predictive model maintenance development portion then of the like $400,000 to $500,000?
In that portion is all the site visits, collecting all the data that's actually out in the field, and then building the models so that the data can get input into it.
Okay, so now the question is is that the company that we're going to be paying then?
Correct, yes.
Okay, thanks.
Mayor, did you want to say something on this point?
Yeah, we a couple times the topic has come up about, typically you get software and it saves you money or staff, and this will save us money in the long run. It's not saving us staff in that. The analogy there is flawed. It saves you money or staff if it's something that's an existing program. We don't have this program. I mean, not the computer program, but I mean, we're not tracking this stuff. It's a whole new service that we are expanding to do because we haven't been doing it well. And so we're not, it's different than we're just getting a program to help somebody with a task they're already doing. Nobody is doing this task right now. That's the problem we have. That's why we need a staff person to do it as well as the software to support them.
Okay.
So I have Mr. Lajewski and then Mr. Quist.
Well, my first reaction to this was kind of, I don't know, balking at the price, sticker shock. So I'm appreciative that Ms. Major shared your experiences with it. I think that's valuable experience and something that we can rely on. But when it comes to the vote here tonight, I'm not going to get past this. I'm probably going to be a no. I just can't get past funding this out of the general fund. Remember what we did with the excess of the general fund last budget season above the target, right? It all went to the FMR. If that happens again, I don't know if it will, that's $1.6 million that goes directly away from our facilities for maintenance. So what I'd like to see happen is get another mayor look at this in addition to our current mayor and work through it in the budget process next year and pay for it budgeted, not out of the general fund. That's just a deal killer for me on this one. So that's where I'm coming from.
Mr. Quist.
Thank you. I have a question for Mr. Sloan, and you might not be able to answer it at this point, but since you haven't selected exactly what the software is going to be, but do you imagine that this would either replace or augment your current work order system for maintenance, or is this something that would be completely separate from work orders?
No, they're actually tied together 100%, and that data is critical to it, and it would replace the system that we have.
Okay, so then if I could follow up on that, I mean, so would there be either any labor savings or even just there's or would that software program, or if that is software that we use for work orders now, would that then be eliminated and there'd be some savings there, or?
I mean, the annual maintenance fee that we pay for that software would be eliminated, yes.
And so, maybe you could just talk about work orders for a moment and tell me how you imagine that would be part of this new system.
So, I mean, it'd be similar to what we do now, although at a deeper level. All of the assets would be built into the system. When we get a work order now, it just says, the work order may say there's a broken window at the library, but, the window is not an actual asset, so it just gets assigned to the library. So in this case, all of the assets would be assigned, and we could track based on each work order that went to a plumbing or a boiler or an air handler, things like that, so we could actually track what's going on with each piece of equipment.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and let me see, Mr. Lawrence, I had you next.
This borough has $1 billion worth of assets to maintain. $1 billion is $1,000 million. We are being penny wise and dollar foolish if we don't spend $1.6 million to do a much better job than we've been doing. We'll save far more money in making better maintenance decisions in the future than this system and the future cost of this system is going to cost us. It's like what Mr. Tuck said. He doesn't even he was surprised we don't even have a system like this at this point. This is. There's no company out there with the $160 million budget and a $1 billion portfolio of assets that doesn't have an asset management, asset maintenance, device. So, I'm certainly going to support this. And the sooner we get started in this process, the better.
Okay. My list is Mr. Mayor.
So I agree. We should have done this a while ago, and it's more my fault than other mayors' faults than Mr. Sloan's. This isn't really a new topic for us. looking at this. The phrase sticker shock was used, and that's why we haven't done this before, because it takes such a large front-load capital investment to get us there, and budgets have been tight, and we've been trying to be frugal. This was just too much of a sticker shock to get us there, and it has become far too critical now for us to ignore any longer, and so we just have to face up to the sticker shock for our facilities. As far as the source of money being general fund, and I totally agree with Mr. Lejeski that, at the end of the year we take money, there are lapsing dollars, and we put a significant chunk of those into facility maintenance reserve, totally appropriate. But that's exactly what this is. This is the money to manage the facility maintenance reserve, and we need it. It's really the same bucket. And so I don't see that we're taking away from the FMR account here. Really, we could fund this out of FMR. I would qualify there. We can't take it out. Somebody, I believe it was Mr. Roberts, suggested we take it out of the smaller asset replacement fund that we have, and that, because it's the asset replacement fund, it doesn't qualify. We can't take it from there. We don't have enough money there either, but that's only for replacing existing assets, and this is a new asset, so we can't go into that fund to utilize any of that money. So I think the general fund's totally appropriate. We're just taking that FMR money early, in my mind, is the way we're doing this. Thank you.
Mr. Lejeski.
Okay, you've convinced me on all that. I agree. Mr. Williams, I've got a question for you. If the borough got out of the recycling business, could you work this into the budget next year without adverse impact on the rest of it?
If the borough got out of the recycling business, could we work it in the budget? I mean, it's your decision to get in or out of the recycling business, and we could work anything in the budget.
I guess my question is how, I forget the number, the magnitude of the drain on the borough budget for the recycling business.
What is the number that we're at right now? Is that the question you're
I figured
asking?
you were the most likely of all of us in this room to know off the top of your head.
So off the top of my head, the current net operating position of the recycling facility this year is going to be about an $800,000 loss.
So 2 years of no recycling would pay for it.
Depending on commodity prices, because we weren't predicting to have to subsidize recycling at this level until China quit taking products, and our drop in price for the paper products and such going out of here, we're getting 15%, I think, of the revenue that we were getting when we first started it. So the revenue went down 85% in a matter of 2 months when the Chinese stopped taking recycled material.
Okay. Mr. Cooper.
So, I think I was just, one observation I had after listening to a lot of testimony on borough assets and spending is I think that this the software, this program, will actually help with the transparency issues that have been raised. I think that it will give the public, the community, some insight into what we have, what condition it's in, that it'll make it something that is more transparent and more open. And I think that that was just one extra observation that I want to add to the mix.
Okay. Anything else? I think we're ready to vote, clerk. Please call the roll.
Mr. Cooper?
Yes.
Mr. Quist?
Yes.
Mr. Lojeski?
No.
Mr. Tackey?
Yes.
Mr. Gray?
Yes.
Miss Major?
Yes.
Mr. Lawrence?
Yes.
Miss Dodge?
Yes. Would anyone like to change their vote? Seeing none?
7-1.
It's approved 7-1. And that takes us to consideration of calendar unfinished business, which we have none. And that takes us then to citizens' comments, a continuation of comments for items on the agenda but not available for public comment. And that would be if you haven't already spoken. I don't see anyone coming forward, so I'm opening and closing those. And that takes us then to consideration of calendar new business, but it does take us to, which referred to committees and commissions. We don't have anything. But we have number 18, consideration of calendar new business ordinances to be introduced. And we have ordinance number 2018-41, which was pulled from the consent agenda Mr. Quist, did you pull that?
Yes.
Would you like to speak to that?
Thank you. So I removed this item from the consent agenda so that we could discuss maybe the need to refer it, or maybe I'll start with a motion.
Okay.
And then we'll have something to talk about. I would move to refer, I'm sorry, I don't remember the ordinance
Ordinance
number.
2018-41.
2018-41 to the joint work session between the Board of Education and the Assembly, which I believe is scheduled for November 5th.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Second, so it's been moved by Mr. Quist and seconded by Ms. Major to move to change the date that we refer, to refer ordinance 2018-41 to the joint work session between the school board and the Assembly on November 5th.
And
Would you like to speak to
yes,
that?
please. Yeah. So it has been expressed earlier today. The school district would like to be part of this conversation. It seems like potentially this 2-week period is a little rushed. I mean, I imagine that they would be able to participate. To some extent, they'll be getting, from my understanding, they'll be getting a briefing from their legal counsel on Monday on this. I think that this is substantial enough that it's really going to affect the budget decision overall. That we had last year said that we were going to be participating in joint talks with the Board of Education before we went into budget season. It seems like this is part of that conversation and should be included in that joint work session. And unless there's some reason that I'm not aware of about the timing that we need to, move this forward more quickly, I would urge people to vote to refer it to the later joint meeting so we can take our time with it and involve input from the district as well. Thank you.
And Mr. Cooper and then Mr. Lejewski.
Thanks. I'm going to move to make an amendment to the amendment. And if I get a second, I'll discuss it. And I would move to amend the amendment to add a first referral to the Finance Committee on October 17th, 2018, so that it would be first referred to the Finance Committee on October 17th, 2018, then referred to the joint work session on November 5th.
Second.
Okay, so Mr. Cooper has moved and Mr. Quist seconded that we refer it first to the Finance Committee meeting October 17th, and then we refer it to then refer to the joint work session November 5th.
And just briefly, I think that, timing-wise, it does come at the end of 3 assembly members in the mayor's term, but it's 3 of our most experienced assembly members, Mr. Roberts, Ms. Dodge, and Mr. Lawrence. And of course, Mayor Castle has been with us for a long time on this issue as well. And I think that it would be good to have some perspective in terms of staff report from the folks who have been working on this for some time, that before they leave office, so that we can at least get a briefing from the administration on where it's coming from before it might go further down the road. But that was my reasoning, was to have an opportunity for the outgoing assembly members and mayors to be able to provide their input as well in the work session.
And Mr. Lejewski and then Mr. Doran.
I was raising my hand for the main motion.
Oh, okay, thank you. Mr. Doran.
I appreciate the conversation that's happening on this from the Assembly. This is very problematic. There has been a communication gap between the Assembly and the school board, the borough and the district. And for almost 30 years that I've watched the working together between our two entities, we have generally seen a good working relationship between the two bodies. There have been some bumps in those roads over those almost 30 years, 3 decades. We've had disagreements. We've come to different conclusions, but we've worked together on issues. I appreciate the comments that just recently made tonight in terms of saying, well, we need to hear, we need to talk. And that's my concern with this. Even when I first announced that I was going to run for school board, several members of the Assembly said to me, we have a problem in communication. Individuals said, I hope you can be part of a constructive solution. Last spring, we had a definite public airing of a miscommunication, of perhaps lack of information or clarity of information passed. And with that in mind, the board took some significant actions in passing our budget. We knew that there was concerns for how much what we were looking at cutting in the way of services and impact on the classroom, and reallocating some of our funds to reduce class size, to keep library assistants who were directly working with kids, various areas. Those are just a couple of examples, but we really listened hard to that. And we said, and conversations that I heard from the Assembly, I heard from Borough, I heard from school board members, from district office members, yes, we need to talk. And one of the references is that in May, we came to a common agreement, yes, let's get together in a joint meeting. November 5th is the one that was calendared for that. And that was the attempt to really build a bridge, to build a working relationship. The difficulty with this ordinance and the difficulty with moving it on a I call it a fast track, to the Assembly, or to the Finance Committee, is that this starts the train moving. And this ordinance becomes the focus rather than the working relationship between our two bodies. And I would suggest that it really should not move forward. Let's get the conversation going. If we are committed, and I truly believe, and our conversations from the school board, our conversations that I've heard from the Assembly, a true commitment to let's work together. This may come back. There may be something that needs to be done. But if this becomes the focus, it changes the whole dynamic of how we work together and we build a partnership for the benefit of our community, the benefit of our kids. We may come to an agreement, we may not, but at least we know we're listening to each other and we're hearing, and I think we have to give that a shot. This is, frankly, a shot across the bow, if not into the bow, because this becomes the focus. It's not building on collaboration, it's not building on trust. And once the train is moving, it's harder to slow it down. And I would say give the chance that we've already basically made a commitment to say we're going to meet. We picked November 5th. Let's take that commitment sincerely and move ahead. I was shocked at it, and I appreciated Mr. Lawrence's earlier comment. We do want to sit down. Our board has committed to that. We want to talk. Let's talk about the issues. Let's see what's there. How do we solve them? And we received no invitation to be part of a conversation. We still have not actually received an invitation to be part of the conversation. And so I'll conclude with the idea that we do have to be there. This ordinance, as written, has it's a complicated issue, and it does have some potential implications of a real immediate nature and long-term nature that impacts the budgeting of the school district and the budgeting of the borough. So I'll stop there for now, but I really hope that you will give true consideration to let the process of collaborating, working together, hearing each other take place first, and then come towards some solutions.
So I'm going to remind us that we're right now on the amendment to the amendment, and I have a list. Mr. Mayor, you seem to, do you want, can
I'm
you
on
be
the
on the
amendment.
list, or? Okay, so Mr. Lawrence, Mr. Quist, and then Mr. Mayor.
Well, I certainly support the amendment to the amendment. As being one of the members who will be shortly departing, I've been dealing with school budget issues for 6 years, and last year it was determined, or it was discovered, that there had been a significant accumulation of fund balances by the school district that was unknown to the school board and unknown to the public. And in fact, it was the mayor and his office that brought it to our attention. So I certainly have some thoughts about this ordinance, and I'd like to be able to express them. Now, my understanding of the main motion is that this would be, well, that the motion in total would allow the Finance Committee next week to discuss and ask questions, and then it would be referred to the work session on November 5th between the school board and the assembly. And I think that has a lot of merit. I think we need input from the school board on this, and who knows, it may end up being modified or being eliminated. But I suspect not. I think this is an issue that we're the taxing authority, and I think the assembly needs to have some input to make sure that that the school district's not accumulating funds on the backs of taxpayers that is in excess of what it needs. So in theory, I agree with the ordinance. I may not agree with the exact amount, maybe the percentages, but in theory, I think this is a good idea, and I'd like to, have some input and at least learn more about it during my term. So I'm in favor of the amendment to the amendment.
Twilight hours. Mr. Quist.
Thank you. I have a question for Mr. Doran. Am I correct in understanding that your suggestion is that we don't advance this at all?
Yes, because I think then it becomes the focus of our discussion as a proposed solution before we've had the discussion, what are really the concerns? And I think that the emphasis has been, let's get together, and as was referenced, even last spring, we said we need to start working together. We need to have that information. And then whatever solutions come out of that, then we're working with common basis of information.
Thank you.
So I have Mr. Mayor and then Mr. Cooper.
I would take exception to this being categorized as being fast-tracked. We've been having this discussion for 6 years, which is why I brought it forward now. I was hoping to have some more data for you that we don't have just yet, so I have been dragging my feet to bring it forward. But quite specifically, there are 3 assembly members who have been dealing with this for 6 years. We have made a number of adjustments in the way we deal with lapsing dollars, and I think the experience of those people is very important to the discussion. I hope the new assembly members would attend next week. We very much need to have a meeting with the experienced assembly members that have been through this. It isn't something that really needs lengthy preparation. It's a philosophical difference with lapsing funds and facility maintenance reserve. And as we just had a discussion about this, our organization takes lapsing dollars and puts it into FMR. We have encouraged the school district to do that in a variety of ways, and it's not getting better, it's getting worse. And their philosophy is the facility maintenance is our problem, not theirs. And And we've been fighting over this for 6 years. We did an ordinance, and I think the 3 assembly members that have been here a while remember that we discussed the intent of this is very, very clear, but it could be easily abused. And I spoke to it and said, I think we will trust that it won't be abused. We'll see where it goes. And should it not be treated the way it is intended, and money lapsing to facility maintenance reserve, we have the opportunity to come back and do a new ordinance that tightens it a little bit so that it can't be so easily taken advantage of in the system. This is that ordinance, because if you look at the lapsing dollars to the school district facility maintenance reserve, it's been 0 for the last several years. That's a big part of why we have a facility maintenance problem at our schools. And so I think we need the experienced assembly members who have been dealing with this for 6 years and have tried tweaking the ordinance repeatedly for how the school district lapses. We need their voices to understand and educate the new incoming assembly members so that they have the history firsthand and it's not a bunch of new folks. Thank you.
Mr. Cooper and then Mr. Tacky.
So I guess I have a bit of a procedural, and then Mr. Doran had his hand up.
Oh, okay, thank you.
I have a bit of a procedural question. It might be out of order on the amendment to the amendment, but someone can tell me if it is. That is, if it gets referred to the Finance Committee and then to the joint work session, it doesn't automatically end up on a full assembly agenda, is that right?
It actually, your ordinance requires you to also advance it to a public hearing. Your code does. So when you introduce an ordinance, you're introducing the ordinance, which is where that is at today, and you're introducing it and you're referring it to a finance committee, but you're also referring it to a joint work session. So you need to
It needs to be advanced to a public hearing as well. So at some point, you're going to have to amend your motion again to add a public hearing date.
But we're at amendment to the amendment right now.
Right. I'm just asking some procedural questions here, because I think it's to everybody's benefit to understand how it works when it ends up in different places, because my recollection is that we've had ordinances in Finance Committee before where we've referred them to subsequent Finance Committees or other committees for input before they make it to a public hearing.
I think that's after it's had a public hearing and you refer it back to committee.
Okay, so that was after a public hearing. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, now we have Mr. Tacky and then Mr. Doran.
Although my years on the assembly are a mere 2, from my experience so far, this had been amended when I first got back on the assembly, and during that time we had discussion with the school board and the superintendent, and everyone was there and involved on this matter. And it was the whole intention was like, yeah, we're going to have this trust issue. We're not going to have huge lapse balances. But then given the flexibility and the leeway and us also, permitting the allowance of not taking the $800,000 as a lapse that should have been done, given the fact that the balance was so large, has, given me a sense of distrust in that. And so for me to see this, I definitely want to have the experienced members that have had 4 more years in dealing with this to be involved with it, hear it, possibly even get a weigh in and vote on something to actually help change things. Because this ordinance would help make it be more rigid and just straight to the point. And I think that is a much more beneficial thing for 2 parties interacting with one another, one specifically being a component unit, and we represent a backstop for them. I can't understand how the logic even is an argument on the other end sometimes, that I don't get why you can never always come back and ask for more money. So for me, I think this should be heard out. Obviously, more interactions and open discussions with the 2 boards and with the 2 administrations would be paramountly important. And we definitely need to do that. But I don't think that we need to just completely drop this ordinance off and then hopefully have communication, because the previous communications that we've had haven't led to the trust that we were hoping to grow.
So we're on the amendment to the amendment, which would add a referral to the Finance Committee October 17th. Mr. Doran.
Okay, I think you've highlighted the point of distrust. And what I've heard here is very similar to the conversation that took place a little bit earlier this evening, in which a community member says, I don't trust you. I don't trust the borough. I don't trust the assembly, and because, well, maybe there's some money hidden. And that's what I'm hearing from you about the district. I understand, we understand as a board, there is a problem here. And I don't want to lose the experience. But I also say then, with that much experience, why is it coming down to the last 2 weeks? Why wasn't this brought and said, hey, let's meet earlier? Why wasn't an invitation given to the district to say, hey, we're thinking of amending the lapse? There is a current ordinance. Yes, Mr. Tackey, you pointed out a very important thing, and something we've really appreciated as a district, that the Assembly said, we'll waive it. Okay? We understand that there's an issue. There's obviously distrust, but it's both sides. And I think what I've heard and what I've appreciated from the borough, from the Assembly, I'm new at this. I'm on a learning curve. But I've heard you say, yes, we need to talk. Why throw a wrench in the works beforehand? And that's my concern to the amendment where this moves forward and was Mr. Cooper brought to the fore, is the train is running. If this passes, if it moves forward with a referral at this time, the train is running. How do we stop it? How do we hold it enough to really talk about what's here? This is problematic. There are implications with this. This is retroactive. Very intentionally. What does that say? That has an impact on this year's budget. Let's get that down clearly on both sides, what it is, what the information is. Can this come back? There's not a rush on it, and we're not losing that experience. The members on the Assembly are in our community. We can tap them. You can tap them. Okay? But why that's why it's a fast track. It's an opinion. You have an opinion, Mayor Castle, that it's not. I have an opinion that it is, because notice was given, hey, this is moving. Not say, let's talk about it. Not backing it up and saying, well, let's begin this where we have some time. Now you're creating a deadline because of elections.
Okay, so I saw Mr. Wojcicki's hand and then Mr. Mayer's.
So I actually kind of like a point of order. Most of this comment seems to be on the main motion, not the amendment to the amendment.
I think it's about referring the Finance Committee. It's kind of both, but you're right, I've been a little liberal because it seems like we're talking about whether or not we're going to talk about it.
Okay, I'm done.
Are you good with that, or, you can argue
good.
with me, or, okay, thank you. Mr. Mayor.
So we have discussed it previously. It should be no surprise, because this Assembly said specifically to the school district representatives sitting at that table that we expected to see a lapse, and if not...
I'm going to go back to Mr. Wojcicki's comment, because he's right. We are at this time not discussing the ordinance itself. We are discussing scheduling.
I am discussing the timing.
I'm just reminding all of us of that.
Thank you. The Assembly members that listened to that discussion are leaving, and I think they need to be sitting here when we discuss this again. That experience factor and the institutional knowledge on what transpired, because we have provided the school district a wealth of opportunity on this, and it's not a new topic, so it should be no surprise to anyone. We were hoping to have audited figures. We were supposed to have audited figures, and we don't have them again this year from the school district. Last year the numbers came in so late it delayed our audit.
Okay, on the
it.
timing.
So it's the timing that this needs to be addressed now, so we get audit numbers rolling and accurate figures so we can all plan going forward and so that we can get projects moving. We have a lot of work to do. We need to have this money not in the springtime, but we need to know that it's there to fix the roofs that weren't
on the
funded in the
timing.
bond package. And so timing means we need to know that now, not January.
So on the amendment to the amendment, meaning that we're discussing whether or not we're going to refer this to a work session next week, a finance committee. My apologies. Anybody else on the amendment to the amendment about the finance committee referral? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll on whether or not we're going to refer this, amend the amendment, which is to refer to the joint work session November 5th, by referring it initially also to a finance committee October 17th.
Mr. Gray,
Yes.
Mr. Cooper,
Yes.
Ms. Major,
Yes.
Mr. Quist,
Yes.
Mr. Lojeski,
Yes.
Mr. Tacky,
Yes.
Mr. Lawrence,
Yes.
Ms. Dodge.
No. Would anyone like to change their vote? Seeing none?
7-1.
Thank you. The amendment is amended, so now we have in front of us referring to the Finance Committee October 17th and the joint work session November 5th. On that amendment, I have hands. I see Mr. Lawrence, Mr. Lojeski.
I move to amend the motion to add that that ordinance 2018-41 will be advanced to public hearing on December 13th, 2018.
Okay, so so December 13th. Mr. Lawrence has moved to amend the motion so that it would be referred to a finance October 17th, referred to a joint work session November 5th, and referred to a public hearing December 13th. Is there a second?
Second.
And that's seconded by Ms. Major. So on the amendment to the motion, which is adding a referral to public hearing December 13th, discussion or debate? Okay, Mr. Tacky.
I just kind of have a question for the sponsor of the amendment as to why December 13th versus earlier in November, second week in November.
I was initially thinking in terms of November, I think it was November 8th, but, I mean, the second Thursday in November, but I think we've got, AML is coming up right around then. I think it could just be a little tight to make it happen. And the following 2 weeks, we won't be meeting, or you all won't be meeting. So, and December 13th gives everybody that much more time to think about it and to talk about it.
Okay, on the proposed amendment to the motion, which includes a public hearing, I'm sorry, Mr. Lojeski, you had your hand
No,
up.
that was for the main motion.
Okay, thank you. Oops, that's right, you're over there. Okay, clerk, looks like we're ready to vote. Is there any objection to adding December 13th as a public hearing? Seeing none, it's adopted. So now the motion in front of us is referring to Finance Committee October 17th, referring to a joint work session November 5th, and advancing it to a public hearing December 13th. Mr. Lojeski, you were on the main motion. Mr. Tacky, did you have your hand raised?
Yeah, it'll be like a question.
Thank you. Mr. Lojeski.
So I remember our meeting, budgeting time last year, and I don't remember all the finest of the details, but I do crystal clear remember what happened, and this is kind of my recollection. I would say that we got politically blackmailed, and the school district bluffed and backed out, and it's not a pleasant memory whatsoever.
I'm going to remind us we're talking about the scheduling.
Oh, we are? Well, okay, this is going to get into that.
We can never talk about this ordinance until it is someplace else. Our entire conversation this evening is about scheduling.
I'll summarize in a sentence. I remember negatively what happened, and when it comes to who will consider this current ordinance, I agree with the mayor. I think that the three most experienced assembly members on this assembly, who that happened to, and the mayor, who that happened to, should all be there to decide what happens. No question. I think it's got to be this assembly and this mayor provide way more value to answering this question than the next one, at least when it's still young, still fresh.
Thank you. Mr. Tacky, I had you next. And then
Just a
Mr. Quist.
procedural question. If you vote on this amendment and it fails, does it just automatically go to what the original referral dates were? Or if you vote, or do we have to, does it just fall off?
I think it probably depends on whether or not a clerk carries the.
Well, right now, you're at your main motion.
So if it fails,
Your main motion.
if it fails, then it goes back to,
It fails.
it goes
We're
back
back
to
to
what
the
we've
main
got right now.
You would have to move that.
Wait, I thought we were on the amendment. As amended. Twice.
Right. So that's back to your main motion now, which your main motion was to refer to a joint session with the school board, and you've added the referral to the October 17th and the public hearing.
Yes. We approved it with.
No.
So you're back to your main motion as amended twice.
So I think Mr.
That's
Tacky's
right. Because
question
the
is.
original motion
right.
was Quist's. Never mind.
Mhm. That's
Thought
correct.
we had that contract.
Okay. So, Mr. Quist.
Thank you. So, a comment on referring and advancing things in general, and then a question for the administration on the timing. So, in response to School Board Rep Doran's suggestion that we don't advance this at all, in general, I think that we should advance things that have been brought forward unless they're, and I don't know, it's hard to imagine an ordinance that is so bad that we shouldn't even talk about it. I mean, and then we can always vote things down, but I mean, we're here to talk and share ideas, and if the administration brings forward an ordinance, I mean, it's got to be criminal or something for me to want to not advance it. And so I guess I have a question for the administration, and I realize that this will be a different administration, a different assembly potentially, anyways, but this proposed timetable that we have now, do you imagine this causing problems that the more rapid timetable avoided?
Yes, in that we need to know, we have to have the money allocated for projects before the 1st of January. We've got to have that money appropriated if we're going to hit the construction season that year, with the time lags between design and bidding and coming back to you and all of that. So if we have any hope of doing projects next summer, we would have to have all of those decisions made. Certainly by your December 13th would be pushing it. That could be okay, but on big projects, probably not. That's not enough time. So, yeah, there's audit implications. We're still struggling to get audit numbers and such. So the clock's ticking, and we are right up against the wall. And if it goes any later than December 13th, I can pretty well guarantee you won't see any significant project. And I think even the December 13th will eliminate some major projects because the designs take longer and that sort of thing. So that's part of why I brought this forward when I did, to have the experienced people voting on it, have the decision made in a timely fashion to allow next summer construction on big projects.
Thank you.
Mr. Doran.
I have a procedural question and a comment. As an agenda item, does it get public comment or citizens comment?
It will at that, yes.
Okay.
Right. When at the public hearing on December 13th.
Oh, but not tonight. Okay. Comment on it, and I think the things in terms of the dates, I mean, certainly as amended, it does give those opportunities for conversation between our two bodies. It's very obvious there is some very deep-seated feelings regarding things that have happened in the past. There are also comments of concern as to whether this is to correct something that perhaps needs correcting, I'm saying perhaps. That's the perception. And that's why it was brought forward. Or it's, we need money, and that's why it's brought forward. So I think the moving it forward increases the gap of conversation between us, and the, you know, it's obvious we need to build a bridge. There are several of you tonight who are very upset. Okay? I trust that there's strong basis for that. Whether they're fully justified or not, or it's perceptions, or it's lack of information you've had, or opportunities to talk with us, or us to talk with you, the importance is to try to move forward, and that's where I'm saying this is becoming a stickler in the mix right at the beginning, right out of the gate. And so while it does provide this opportunity for some, as amended, for some further discussion, and it obviously needs to happen, but we've already set two sides. And you know, there may be some philosophical differences. I don't think there's that much, really, that we can't talk over and come up with something. But to put forward something that, even on that extended time frame, we should really have some clarity, and I think we should really have that assurance that there will be a viable attempt, at least from both sides, both bodies, to discuss without casting aspersions, either way.
Okay, on the motion as amended, Mr. Lejeski.
So on the motion, unless the clerk tells me my thinking is wrong, I'm urging everyone to vote no for the purpose of going back and pushing forward the schedule that was originally publicly noticed. That's my urging to the rest of the assembly.
Okay, Mr. Lawrence.
You know, I'm real sympathetic to what Mr. Lejeski is saying, and I may vote that way. Something Mr. Doran said, you know, as far as, from my perspective, no aspersions have been cast tonight at all. Facts have been stated. Fund balances were accumulated in which the school board and the public did not know. And the school board, when they were informed, did the right thing, adjusted their budget, and moved forward, and took those fund balances into account. So I'm not clear what there needs to be talked about. This ordinance deals with that issue. It deals with the fact that all these ordinances, all these funds are going to be considered.
We're talking about the schedule, not
Right.
the ordinance.
And so, you know, it's a problem, frankly, of the making of the administration, school administration last year, and hopefully it will be corrected, but I think this ordinance will help do it. So
Schedule.
I'd like to, yeah, I'm good.
Thank you. Mr. Tacky. On the schedule that's in front of us, not the substance of the ordinance. I'm sorry, I'm a broken record here.
Schedule purposes only.
Thank you.
I also urge everyone to vote no on these amendments with this convoluted, delayed system, and just so we can then make a motion to go back to what it was originally scheduled as. And there's nothing stopping anyone from coming. The school board is going to have a meeting Monday night to get a complete discussion on this, and then I would strongly urge school district representative, board members, and administration to come to the work session. We can all talk about it on Thursday.
Mr. Cooper.
Just to
Ms.
Mr.
Lawrence.
Tacky's point, I think I thought of this earlier. The school district can't participate in the work session on Thursday because it's not noticed that way.
That's right.
So.
Mr. Lawrence.
Yeah, that's the problem. That's why I may not be voting no on this. But my understanding is if we vote no on this motion, we don't need to take any affirmative action. The ordinance will come forward as scheduled, right?
No, because you removed it from the consent agenda.
All right. Okay, well,
So the clerks say that, no, we will have to take action because it's been removed from the consent agenda for the listening audience.
all right. So, well, I'm not sure how I'm going to vote, but
Okay.
that's
But we're ready to, because there's no other hand. Mr. Mayor has a
Well,
second.
I advocate for the original schedule. I don't think there's major questions involved here that require extra time for research on this. Yes, we definitely need to build some bridges with the school district. A good way to start would be to agree on the philosophy of needing to lapse funds to maintenance. And that's a pretty simple question. And I think we ought to be able to work that out. They have a meeting scheduled Monday night to talk about it. I'm not sure what their legal
On our
questions are.
schedule, right?
Pardon?
On the schedule.
I'm talking timing. So they already have a meeting scheduled so that they're going to have the school board meeting specifically on this topic. They called a meeting to do it. They knew this was coming. And they ought to be able to prepare for this. I'm not sure what legal questions that they need to resolve that would take time, because this isn't a legal question. The Assembly's operating within its authority to do it. The question is, should they lapse money to facility maintenance? We ought to be able to decide that on the original schedule, I would think, and move on and build bridges.
Thank you. Mr. Tacky, you were next.
Yeah, and just that he reminded me to another point was the fact that like everyone here amongst the dais, no one is saying to like just drop this off and not have a conversation about it whatsoever, but our school board representative is making only that point that we need to just cast this down and take it away. And so I think that if we just go back to the original schedule, there's a public hearing. I'm sure there'll be parents here to talk about it. So I'm just advocating strong for the original schedule. And voting.
Okay. On the schedule, any other discussion? I apologize. We got a little, I let us go a little while wide and then realized what we really needed to narrow down, and that was confusing. Clerk, please call the roll on the proposed motion, which is to refer ordinance 2018-41 to finance October 17th, refer to joint work session with the school district November 5th, and then advance to public hearing on December 13th.
Ms. Major?
Yes.
Mr. Lejeski?
No.
Mr. Tacky?
No.
Mr. Gray?
No.
Mr. Cooper?
Yes.
Mr. Quist?
Yes.
Mr. Lawrence?
no.
Ms. Dodge?
Yes. Would anyone like to change their vote? Seeing none,
4-4.
I believe it fails 4-4.
Correct.
Okay. So,
I would move to refer ordinance.
would you like me to recognize you?
Okay, sorry.
Mr. Lawrence?
I would move to refer ordinance number 2018-41 to the Finance Committee on October 17th and advance to public hearing on October 25th.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Lejeski, to refer to the Finance Committee on October 17th and advance to public hearing on October 25th on the schedule as proposed. Mr. Doran, briefly.
I would just say that it's extremely disappointing that you're willing to take an action without any conversation on this specific thing. We have a lapse ordinance in place, but you're willing to move ahead without any conversation on a major and significant change.
Mr. Lejeski.
I'm willing to attend a special meeting beforehand.
Okay. Any other comment? Mr. Mayor?
Well, I am in favor of the schedule. We had roofs in the bond package that didn't pass, and they're still needing the work, and this would allow us, if we stick to the schedule, allow us to hopefully get to those and get them repaired next summer. One of them really important at Eielson to get done before airmen and their children show up. So I'm in favor of this schedule. It gets us there, and it gets us, if it passes, it gets us there anyway, and allows us to accomplish those projects.
Thank you, and I'm going to pass the gavel so I can speak to this. I speak against this because I think exactly as Mr. Doran said, this is not a way to build trust. We are apparently in a trust deficit in many places. And clearly, we have a trust deficit right now between the school board and the assembly, between the administrations, and we need to, I believe, and it will not maybe be me, but the greater we needs to behave in a trustworthy manner, and that means meeting with them and saying, this is our concern, what is your concern, and having a conversation. So I don't think we accomplished that with this schedule as proposed, although as has been mentioned, we could indeed have a special meeting. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Mayor.
The comment was made that we have a lapse ordinance, so there's no need to address this. We don't really have a lapse ordinance. That's why we need to address this. The lapse to FMR has been 0 for the last 4 years. That's the problem. The current ordinance is being ignored, and it needs to be fixed, or we have no money to work on school projects. This is strictly school projects. I mean, make that clear. This is a restricted fund. The money goes in it. We don't use it for other facilities. It can only be used at the school district for their maintenance, and we need those funds to take care of those projects.
Further comment?
Yes.
Right. Mr. Lejeski.
So the last one split 4-4. If this splits 4-4, we're kind of deadlocked. So I would ask my fellow assembly members, it was that our mayor was called a lame duck here. Technically, that's correct, but I would submit to you that our mayor still has some quack left in him. So give him his last quack.
Mr. Quist.
Thank you. You might be able to infer from my previous comment on how I feel about advancing ordinances that I would support advancing this ordinance, given that it doesn't appear to be illegal or unethical.
All right, Mr. Doran.
If I might ask a question, because Mayor Castle, you've stated twice that the lapse has been ignored, and so therefore for 4 years, and I don't have the figures in front of me, so I have to say that yes, 4 years, no money has actually transferred over. You left it to the school district to use for operations and the benefit of students. Mr. Tackey had stated that, and which is my understanding, that the Assembly has waived the transfer of those lapsed funds. They have been calculated, they had been planned and understood they would be, but it was waived. So that's different than ignoring it. And am I correct on my understanding?
I believe you are, and I'm sorry to let it to.
Okay, I'm sorry if I was out of turn on that.
I don't think the mayor said that it was ignored. It just said that no lapses were transferred. All right, Mr. Mayor, and we got to get back to, we're scheduling this ordinance right now, consideration of the ordinance.
Well, I believe it was you who have identified that funds were accumulated, significant funds were accumulated. The school district came to us pleading that they were broke and needed the lapse to not take effect. And so the Assembly said, okay, you don't have the money. Well, then when the audit came through, there was tons of money and huge accumulation. That's why we need to have the funds that are intended to go to facility maintenance reserve actually go there and not be deflected to other accounts.
All right, no, we're not talking about the merits of this ordinance right now. Right now, we've got a motion before us to advance the ordinance to the Finance Committee next week, and then to public hearing 2 weeks from tonight. Any other comment regarding that?
Yeah, well, what I'm saying is in order to do these projects, we need the schedule. or these projects don't happen. And it is tied to the schedule. If we slip the schedule out, we're not going to do these projects this coming summer. And so it is a timing issue. That's why I'm advocating the schedule.
All right, any other debate? All right, we have a motion to advance advance this ordinance to the Finance Committee next week and to public hearing the following. Any other comment? Clerk, let's vote.
Mr. Tackey,
Yes.
Mr. Gray,
Yes.
Miss Major,
No.
Mr. Quist,
Yes.
Mr. Lejeski,
Yes.
Mr. Cooper,
No.
Mr. Lawrence,
Yes.
Miss Dodge.
No.
Does anyone want to change their vote?
5-3.
All right, the motion carries.
Okay, that takes us to, I believe that takes us back to mayor's comments. Messages from the borough mayor.
Well, it's been a challenging evening, to say the least. I've been concerned with the discourse in our community and things that have been, I think, accurate in talking about lack of trust going forward. I get discouraged when, in the discussions regarding our voter initiatives, I have never advocated flipping the will of the voters here, either written or verbally. And we've had people testifying, well, they know my secret opinion on all of this. I have no secret opinion. I've had a public opinion, which I've put out in writing and verbally. And it still is what it is. I believe in the will of the voter. And I have been advocating in that direction through all of this and nothing any otherwise. So I get discouraged when folks read something on Facebook or Twitter, which I don't do, but I hear what's there and I hear what's being said about me and my secret opinions and how I'm trying to push this through. And it's garbage. And it hurts our community when we behave that way. People need to get the facts. And I have responded to a number of people. I have probably 50, 60 emails in the past couple days with what my opinion is, and I put it in writing and sent it to them, and they were surprised and thanked me for correcting them. So I don't know where the rumors start, but let's not insinuate that people are lying because you heard a rumor. Get the facts. We're open and transparent here. And I think if we back up a little bit, there's been comments about this administration that it's the most open and transparent that we've had in memory. I let all of our staff talk to the media directly, assembly members directly. We're not hiding anything here. There can be differences of opinion, and that's a good thing for our community to have differences of opinion if they're based on fact. We can end up with different opinions from the facts, but let's not misrepresent things and tear our community apart. That's not the direction we should go, in my mind. I don't have much longer to sit in this chair and say those sorts of things, but I really wish we would spend more time trying to work together and finding solutions, which is what I've always tried to do. What I think is good news, and kudos for some of the staff, we just sent out a press release. We've been transitioning to a new administration. I've been trying to help Mayor Ward. He's trying to help out in North Pole, transition out there also. He has chatted with the staff, so congratulations to Mr. Williams. He's going to be sticking around here, as well as the other two special assistants in the mayor's office. Mayor Ward thinks that they've been doing a good job, and he'd like to continue working with them and share the experience that they have to help him move forward. So you'll see a lot of continuity out of the mayor's office, and I think that's a good thing. We won't have trouble with people getting up to speed and trying to get that institutional knowledge. And I think that can be helpful going forward also. So I certainly am wishing him the best with that. Continue to meet with him. He's kind of busy now transitioning North Pole, and then he's going to spend a week pretty much just in our office and with directors and whatnot here at the Borough to help transition. So by the time he hits the ground on October 29th, he'll be running fast. And I think that'll be good. That's all I have this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions of the mayor? Seeing none. We have reports of standing and special committees given the late hour and what we still have in front of us. I'm just going to ask if anyone has a report they need to make, please raise your hand. Thank you, Mr. Quist.
The Air Pollution Control Commission does not have a meeting currently scheduled. Capital projects and legislative priorities met today at noon, and we finalized, we modified the resolution some. I think we got some good work done and finalized the committee's recommendation, which will be coming to the Assembly for discussion, potential amendment, debate, and potentially adoption. And the Sustainability Commission held their Sustainability Summit last night at the Norween Library, 5:30 to 7:30. It was actually quite well attended, considering there were some other interesting things going on in the community last night as well. Just under 70 people came out, split up into groups, and talked about important issues facing our community regarding sustainability. And the Sustainability Commission does not currently have another meeting scheduled, but I imagine it'll be the second Wednesday in November. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else have a report from a special or standing committee? Seeing none, that takes us back to the final citizens' comments of this meeting, and that is citizens' comments B. So anyone that hasn't already spoken that wishes to speak on items not on the agenda can come forward. Seeing no one coming forward, have you? No, this is item B, which is between 6 and 7. So it's items not on the agenda, and if it's about the special meeting, we'll have that opportunity as soon as. Okay, and please give us your name.
My name's Nathan Smoot, and that is SMOOT. And again, I'm coming down from Chattanooga. So I'm not quite sure how, and pardon me for my ignorance, how the borough decides to add employees. Being that I was a state employee, I'm familiar with that process. And so when legislation would go through the legislature, it would cycle through the departments, and the departments would look at that and say, okay, that's gonna cost us a quarter of a person, or a half of a person, or 1.5 persons. And so it gave the departments an ability to figure out whether or not they could take resources and compile them to prevent the necessity of hiring people. And so just what kind of spurred this thought was the ordinance that was previously brought before you, and that's already been voted on. It's water under the bridge. But moving forward, as the discussion was going on, I was hearing, we don't have an asset management process, but that Parks has an asset management. They manage their assets. This department manages their assets, and this department manages their assets. So what I was hearing as this process was going through, if we have 5 different people that are doing it individually, and we're talking about adding one central, there's a distinct possibility that those 5 people could be reallocated to a centralized position. So just a thought moving forward, something that you guys and gals, ladies, men, however you prefer to be addressed, could consider as more ordinances do come before you, that we have an opportunity when something like that is brought forward to even possibly downsize government a little bit. I made the comment that software should always spur some kind of cost savings. Now, it's not going to be immediate. It may be down the road. But through this, we should be able to look at the individual departments and say, okay, how can we take the staff or the functions that we currently have and fill this need, you know, if it's going to save us long-term benefit. So, just a thought. Thank you again. I got 10 seconds left. I really appreciate that you folks are willing to slog through it late at night, week in and week out as the months go on.
Thank you, Mr. Smoot. Let's see if there are any questions for you. Seeing none, we appreciate you hanging out with us. So I'm going to close public hearing on citizens' comments B, and that takes us to assembly member comments. I'll be efficient again. Anybody wish to make any comments? Ms. Major.
So just two comments. One, I just want to reiterate some of what the mayor said. I do think that it was unfortunate that some of the discourse that happened today, I would say, both from folks on the dais and some folks who came and provided public testimony, maybe wasn't as respectful or with dignity as it could have been, which is unfortunate, but maybe understandable. And then I will just also note that I will be traveling for work for the next 2 weeks, and so I will not be at next week's assembly meeting or the meeting the following week.
Thank you. Mr. Quist.
Thank you. So tonight's been very challenging in a lot of ways, and I think that, I mean, part of that's due just to the rules of our process and the way agendas have to be structured, and I think that on the topics of Proposition 3 and 4 that were discussed earlier this evening, and, you know, presumably here in just a minute as well, I think it's really unfortunate that there's been such a large misunderstanding of what the actual issue is and what's been proposed. I guess what I'm trying to say, and I don't want to take too much time, is that I don't think that this body, and I can't speak for everybody here, but I would be very surprised to see this body act in a political fashion on these items. And that I think that everybody here respects our democracy and the will of the voters. And, well, anyways, I mean, I'm keen on trying to salvage whatever trust still remains and to work hard to hear people's concerns and to try to build that trust going forward as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cooper?
I had no comments.
Mr. Tackey?
I have no comment.
Mr. Lojewski?
Yeah, so I think I'm arguably the most right-winger of everyone here tonight. And so I think I've got the most credibility to say this, but for the mayor, and I hope everyone else who considers themselves to be right of center will listen to this. You've been unfairly scapegoated on a number of things. I think during your whole administration, but in particular recently with this meeting, you've been accused of calling it, you didn't. And then also with a number of things air quality related, I echo Tammy's sentiment that you've shown great restraint when you didn't have to. Anyways, with respect to the special meeting here, I assume we have some latitude to speak about that. If you look at the memos that are out there, I don't think they're publicly available for like download at the moment. They might be getting out there now that I've shared my copies. If you read them, there's definitely reason to be concerned about the special meeting. If you look through them, and just with respect to Prop 3 and the previous memos that are public documents, the borough.
We have this on another agenda, so I'm just slightly concerned that
I won't go into details then.
Yeah, we really should be talking about this on the proper agenda.
There's no place on that agenda for assembly member comments, is there?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
we
there's
just
a
have,
discussion
we just have to
scheduled.
finish, yes.
Okay, well then all I'll say is the people who've shown up for that, I think you're patriots, you're protecting the system, you're checking the balance, it's super, super important. So I'll leave it at that. I'll save the rest for the next meeting.
Thank you. Mr. Gray.
Sure. I'll just add to that. I am glad that people are questioning this. I do understand their concern. It's unfortunate that a lot of that was due to misinformation on part of a few individuals that caused some of that confusion. So I hope we can clear that up.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence.
No comments.
With that, we are adjourned. We're going to take a 7-minute break, and then we're going to reconvene our special meeting. Thank you.